everybody, and welcome back to Sit Down Rolling. I'm your dear Matthew, and today, as always, I'm joined by everybody apart from Ben, who is still off on the Hollybox in Belgium, if I read the message right.
Okay.
I might not have, I think it's Belgium. But yeah, we're all here, ready to resume play.
Mm-hmm.
You got anything exciting this week before we begin, or jumping straight in?
I'm incredibly warm.
It is very hot today.
You're in the middle of a heat wave. But it is still not as bad. Like, it's weird, because, like, it's hotter now than it was at that point. But, like, when we were in the small room in Crete...
Oh, not as bad as that tiny
good
box
grief.
room.
That place was horrendous.
That was so hot. It's a lovely room, but it was just so hot.
Was it a lovely room though?
It was nice.
Was it?
Compared to other rooms I've seen, it's a decent room.
It was a bit squashed and
Yeah,
it was
well,
not
because there was...
soundproof.
Well, yeah, it was just a bit of, like, wood. And there was, like, 8 of us in a room built for 6. So, and we had to, like, drag 2 chairs in, and then the table was on a platform so that
And the chairs wouldn't move.
chairs wouldn't move. I was trying to... Yeah. It was an okay room.
It was an okay room.
It was for peppers, but we didn't use it for peppers. But it was so hot in that room. God, there was a day when Adam just sat outside for 5 minutes and like, I need to just not be in that room. Like, we were sweating. Anyway, it's not that bad. It's nice and warm today. Well, a quick recap for everyone after last week. The party battled against the Empire with their units. A resounding success in the first stage of the attack, pushing the Empire back and entering the city. The group then split off as their own kind of separate unit to help the Vadmehine army through the city. They came across checkpoints, they found survivors, they cleared out paths, and all in all, it was a good progress made, a successful lot of skill challenges. The party then arrived to near the coast, where they rejoined the rest of the army, and then made one final push against the enemy's forces. This time, though, the enemy was supplied with artillery. I'll show that window in a minute. Not when it's too long. And the artillery provided a bit of difficulty for the group, wounding their unit quite severely. And by the end of the combat, Motus's unit was overwhelmed, and Motus had perished after a while perished in battle. Igneous also fell during combat. Erdan's unit collapsed, but Erdan managed to just stay alive long enough for Caro to finish the battle. And as the battle came to a close, the Empire waved the white flag of surrender and called for the party of the Vademhine diplomat, who is still in Syria, as the party were tasked with bringing him before they came into the war. And we pick up where we left off. We see someone kind of waving a flag, calling for the diplomat. They will go probably in a common, but with a very thick, Empire Eastern European accent. What the fuck's Eastern? How do you say it? No, they're getting better.
It's about to be Italian.
Oh my god, I forgot how to do like an Eastern European accent all of a sudden.
I want to try
No,
to give you a hand, but if I fail, I'll feel really bad.
Italian, then it swiftly moves
Look,
to Jamaican.
Alright, we're all not
And
ourselves, we
then-
all
and
can
then
do
it's-
voices.
For some
Yeah.
reason,
Not all of us are
circum-
highly paid
and
voice
then for
actors.
then for some reason, circumnavigates the globe to
Some of
India.
us cook food for a living, we're not voice actors, fuck off. I do my best, alright, leave me alone. Bidding for your diplomat? No.
Just say he has an Eastern European accent.
He says in his accent, call forth your diplomat. We will, and they will say, we will take you to our vessel to discuss these talks. The kind of how you say a rowboat moored. The Grand General will then turn, kind of look towards his.
They saw him, but we're not going to their boat.
That's okay. They turn to you and goes, who was to bring the diplomat? And the hack just turns and goes, that was the responsibility of General Caro and Sere Volvet. Anything the party would like to do?
Not half of them are dead.
I would like to stand up and brush myself off and
Yeah,
walk
the
over to these
medic
folks.
comes over, kind of helps you up. You are on staying on 1 hit point.
Looks at Caro.
Caro, you asked me a question in the group chat, didn't you? For this specific reason, give me a charisma saving throw with disadvantage.
Do you have any Iggy dice left?
Nope.
He does have a friend next to him.
Oh yeah. Are you still able to flash?
I'm like,
It's just
19.
sour.
at +7.
26.
It's just Selby in the corner flashing a bit of hoof.
So you
Is that
pushed
a
your
spy there somewhere?
powers further, and while in combat you remained of sound mind. It kind of settles down, and you still feel that kind of like rage, that infernal power kind of growing a bit inside of you, but you manage to kind of like kind of snap your neck a little, crack your neck a little bit, take a few kind of deep breaths, and like calm down. Your mind's kind of wandering a little bit, trying to focus. It's probably like maybe like 10, 15 minutes, you're gonna be kind of like just out of it. You're kind of like, you're stable enough, you're not going to do anything irrational, and you are in full control. You watch as they begin preparing like a rowboat to sail to. You see that large, kind of royal-looking vessel that was basically just outside the range of the Storm King's Thunder. Looks to be kind of positioned towards that.
In telepathy to Caro. We were meant to bring a diplomat?
Yes, I have through the thing, say. Oh no, I had a plan for this.
Oh, I would have liked to have been informed. Okay, I'll sit back then. Or do you need my assistance?
I will in a moment.
Oh, okay, I'll be quiet.
So, yes, I was meant to be a diplomat, but due to being, I didn't deem it right to being a non-combatant into a war zone, especially when we have access to teleportation magics. If you just allow me a few moments, I can get in here soon.
You see this kind of one sort of kind of look like an officer, and how are we to trust you are not bringing hostiles? If you cannot provide a diplomat, then we revoke our surrender. They kind of reach for their weapons.
Oh, I don't nuclear option.
Someone want to look at this roll for me really quick?
That's the 20.
Does Caro say or do anything when they say that?
It reaches for something. It's not a weapon. It doesn't reach for a weapon. It reaches for the dial.
As you kind of reach towards it, you feel like a hand on your shoulder. And she's standing next to you, a slightly worse for wear looking Clarina, who goes, "It's not my department. I can maybe do something." You will accompany General Karen? She kind of looks towards the Grand General and just gives a nod. You hear they prepare the rowboat with an engine. But you do notice Hax just kind of like was about to say something, like stepping forward, and then kind of stops, kind of steps back.
I know, I'm waiting for a convenient point to
Convenient
stop.
point to stop?
I'm
I was
doing
going
it
to do a divine intervention to raise Kiki and Motus.
Go for it.
Ooh.
Nope.
Makes sense.
We'll wait till tomorrow.
But yeah, she will begin walking toward the boat.
Who's going?
Also, far Clune has asked Kara to come, but no one else wants to follow suit.
Caro, do you need assistance? You said you might need my assistance. You are walking off.
For the nicer, it was for a teleport, but that seems it's not an option anymore.
What would you like me to do, General?
Find the others, get them together, heal them if possible, if not, just keep them safe till we can bring
Okay,
them back.
I'll get out of your hair, but let me know if you need a friendly cellbone.
Understood.
Gathers bodies.
Yeah, you board this very kind of like rickety-looking rowboat. And you shoot Clarina at like 2 Empire soldiers. One's like an officer, one who's a standard soldier. And they leave their weapons. Well, one of them leaves their weapons on shore by the soldier. The officer has like a sword at the side. Would Caro bring his weapons with him?
No, but I've got it linked through the thing, so I can bring it if I need it.
So you kind of leave your weapons on shore. Yeah, they begin kind of rowing you across the water. Takes you a good like 15-20 minutes. It's kind of like it's a few miles, so they're rowing pretty hard, pretty fast. And then you kind of pull up alongside with a huge kind of like, not like a man of war, like a large frigate style ship, the royal flag on. You're kind of handed down like a rope ladder, you kind of climb up that. And you both kind of stand atop of this desk. And you see Clune just wearing like some very standard like robes kind of. was kind of like support, volunteer, the Red Cross kind of thing that came to help with the war.
Matt, should we
I'm gonna
shut
shut
the
that
window?
Well, man.
The Empire soldiers are grooving out.
We can
They're
open it
victory
again
laps.
later in the evening when things have calmed down a bit.
Someone tall.
I got.
Rebecca's got it. Another someone taller than me. So I literally can't get things out.
Oh, I see. It's standing in the windowsill.
As well.
Where is your house?
So,
Well, that acrobatics got to come in for something, right?
as you arrive, you kind of climb up this rope ladder to the top of the deck, the main deck. And you see, the ship itself isn't really fitted for war. It's got like maybe a deck where the cannons, the others are all kind of left, cannonless. You can't see any kind of come up any, cannon holes, what they're called. But you see at the top of the deck several soldiers. They all stand ready but don't seem aggressive. And you can see 3 other figures. 2 look to be kind of like military figures. One is a human man, sorry, an elven man, kind of black hair, wearing like a naval officer's uniform with several medals on it. The other is, you can't quite tell, but they are humanoid, wearing a kind of military uniform with like armor over the top. It be some form of commanding general or military figure. And the final one you see is an older elven man, kind of tatty, long grey hair, brown and kind of gold embroidered robes. Several large rings on his fingers, and looks to all. You and Clune as you stand on deck. Greetings, you must be the. Kind of looks to both of you. Ambassadors for your nation.
We are.
Vademhine is my name. You are.
From Empire. Carol's got 2 last names. One has got for assembly, one has got for which one's connected to his military rank?
Ooh.
Would it be the original one, or would it be the one for his ship when he changed?
I never actually thought. What would Carol want? Because both have a recognised legally.
Yeah, Carol Castro.
In fact, no, I would say you wouldn't know, but the Grand General has been referring to your radio symbol over your original name. It's in the whole scheme reveal.
So Costranus.
Yeah, Costranus wasn't my mother's name, it was this like noble dad's name.
Yeah.
But, so Cara Valkyr.
Clarina Andra. Well, please let us discuss these events. You take out a nice kind of wooden table. There's only 2 chairs, and he kind of pulls out one, sits there. Clarina kind of walks over. Not really dressed for diplomatic talk. Her hair's kind of a mess. She's wearing these robes. She's got like a bit of blood on her face, a bit of air bubble, some dust. She kind of walks over to the table, takes a seat.
I'll stand next to it.
You see the 2 kind of military figures stand near, but like a few steps away. And then the diplomat with Varys and then will go, let us make this quick and simple. This is not a surrender, merely an opportunity for your nation to end this conflict. We have more forces and we are prepared to make another attack. Unless you decide to pay us, let us say 50 million gold in reparations for the damage we have caused to our forces, as well as a few additional demands we may have. Karina sits for a minute.
Yes. Through the link, you just hear Carol saying, "Get notice up now."
Gonna have to wait till tomorrow.
I said now, bitch.
Not how
Same
magic
thing.
works.
Did you say
So
that
Ziggy.
to us?
That went through the link.
So Ziggy, the 2 people with the highest charisma.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
That's not that, it's more effect of dragons. If it goes to ship, we'll call him back up.
Karina looks,
Okay.
kind of looks towards you, and looks back. Ambassador, let us not be silly. You can talk of having more forces, more soldiers, but if you're planning another attack, why meet with us? I'll bring 2 of your military commanders. You have no intentions of a peace talk. He kind of takes a step back.
Oh my word, these guys are Russia.
Yeah, duh. That's
You
that
want
kind of
someone
vibe.
to do it for you.
He kind of like, you notice, and your passive percent insight is 12, you don't even hide higher, when he kind of like leans back.
He didn't expect her to be a diplomat while she was dressed.
She kind of places both elbows on the table, kind of leans forward. Now let's just cut to the chase. You're not going to send anyone else to attack. I mean, like you said, you want 50 million to replace the ships you lost. A lot of ships in that ocean. You probably don't have many left. Yes, you have an empire, yes, you have more. But are you really going to continue to... Someone turns a sending spell goes off. She goes, is your nation really going to pay for more loss? For more forces? I mean, you can bring people, yes, but it will take you time we have to repair, to rebuild. So let's cut to the chase. And let's say that this is exactly what it is, a surrender for you. Let's get all the showboating and show of a military aggression out the way now so we can move on as intellectuals and discuss the end of this conflict. You see kind of like bites his tongue. Very well. How can we end this fairly, miss? I believe that considering the fact that you are the ones that surrendered and invaded and attacked, we will take the 50 million in reparations from you for the loss of our soldiers, our cities, our boats. You can look back up. If you will excuse me for a moment, he stands up, kind of walks towards the two figures. They've been kind of discussing between themselves. Like 2 or 3 minutes. Turns, walks back over. Very well. We will accept this as an ending to the conflict, but that is a rather steep number. We'll offer you 15 million instead. Jen laughs. It's not really anywhere near what you offered us, or what you demanded of us. I'll be reasonable. Let no one know I'm not reasonable. I will say 40. Or 20 million. 35. 6. Very well. We'll accept your offer. However, we will not leave without what we came for. We came for land. Land is what we want. And he goes, and you will take none from our shores. Then perhaps the sun's capped archipelago. She kind of sits for a minute. If there's excuses for a moment. Kara? You kind of like wonder. You would know it, what sun's capped archipelago is. It's a
world map we haven't got.
It's yeah. So what it is it's probably a world map on the table. It you look towards the Cayman Isles. It's a small, like 3 islands, and near like in the middle of the Cayman Isles, and it's a Vadmehine territory. Make a history check on it.
Just to let you know, you've also been given some sending scrolls by me.
Yes.
Yeah. I gave you them at the end of
Can I
this one.
take the geezer anyway?
Now it's worth them.
Let's try.
You will have some information that you'll tell you about from military base.
It's an 11.
You don't know the history of it too much, but the one thing you do know is one of the islands is it's a military stronghold. It has a large kind of Vadmehine army encampment on it, where maybe like 1,000 soldiers tops there, and it is where they can moor several boats in the Cayman Islands. And it is also where Millennium mentioned a while ago, offering to Zakima in return for their help with the boats. And they can have the islands back, but they can do the instead for doing that for. So it's a series of islands, and it's a heavily so it's kind of it's not on that map, but it's on the Cayman Isles map. It's just a small design.
So a bit like how we had the Pacific Islands,
We've got Jersey and stuff.
Yeah, kind of that. It's like it's a small territory.
but they're like good for military staging in other places.
Yeah, pretty much. She can play to one side. I don't know if I can agree to that, Cara. I don't know if I have the power for that. An unelected citizen. something we can agree to? I mean, there's 2,000 people tops on those islands.
Through my link to Selvan
Mm-hmm.
to pass a message on to the Grand General saying that it's a quick thing up. I would have been relaying while the talk's been going on to let the Grand General know what's going on.
Okay.
Send through saying, can we authorise that? Or is it worth it?
I'll say this to the Grand General quietly and pass him a sending scroll.
That's not a decision. It's a council decision. The Queen's decision. That's going to do us nothing, Selban. I can send a message, but I tell her to do what she knows how to do.
I might blink back because it's still there.
So just while the conversation between them.
It's a council decision. Tell her to do what she knows how to do. The Grand General seems to trust her.
So relay that, but while Selvan and the Grand General are talking, Carol's just been stuck up, just very quietly on his breath. She goes, "They won't land. I've got some stuff to make moves."
I don't think that's exactly what they mean.
I didn't say how much they wanted though. And then the Grand General said,
Even then, there are people on the islands, our people, our military, our civilians who live there. It's their home. Can we... Kind of looks back and kind of, sits at the desk. Kind of pulls out like a pocket watch and looks at the time.
"Is there military significance to those islands?"
Yeah, one of them, is like a huge kind of military...
I don't mean like military base, I mean it's just
it's
strategic.
in like the heart of the Zakiman Isles. If you want to launch an attack from there,
Mm-hmm.
you can set that up. They have like a huge output. It'll take a long time to really build up more than what it is now. Because there are kind of, restrictions from Zakiman of what you can build on that island, but the peace treaty made with Vadmehine, not with anyone else.
It would be a staging ground for an
Yeah.
invasion.
And basically the only reason that Vadmehine even stood up to them is because of the Zakiman Navy. So if they take out Zakima,
Yeah, with them.
Also, that is kind of promised to someone else currently.
No, they came to a different agreement than they.
Yeah, it's not a official agreement. It's just because the Zakiman Isles are all in what independent kind of states. The Sunscape Archipelago is like it's a Vadmehine territory just in the island.
I mean, if they want a bunch of islands in the middle of a nation who clearly outmatch them navally,
Yeah, but what if they just start amassing resources there?
how are they going to get the resources there?
Teleportation.
So they have to get to the island first.
It takes one boat of Archons.
Yeah, it's
Well, but we're not there.
no.
You can have this conversation for yourself. Some of you're dead.
All of us are dead.
Maybe able to store this saying because of its location, Zakiman needs to be involved in it.
It's our territory. We have control over it. The waters around it belong to us as well. They can do what they want within a 7-mile radius of the water and on the island there. Perhaps we could come to an agreement with Zakima as well, but that is a completely separate discussion. And even then, even if that's there, just thinking purely about Vadmehine, if they have a place closer to our shores where they can amass an army, they can still come and attack again. But if we don't give it to them, they will go away. They're taking land one way or another. Maybe that could work.
They want land, maybe offer them a space for an embassy. That's all they get.
I was thinking, yes. They have the land more than just space for an embassy, perhaps.
Is there any portion of land which would be useless? Yeah, I had a couple of stray islands, not this archipelago, somewhere just some little islands.
Nothing that Vadmehine really owns and is of any significance. There's a few kind of small islands off the coast of Vadmehine, but they're kind of just not really habitable. They're quite small. It's not like a terrain to build.
Land though.
Did you add Ninja to Aquarium?
Hmm.
They want useful land. That's like giving them a rock. there'd be nothing they can do with it. They want the land because it is habitable, it has purpose. If we give them a few boulders in the ocean, they're not going to be happy, or the sea, they would be happy with that. I don't know what else to do. Okay, I have an idea. Maybe we'll go for this.
Follow your lead.
And she walks back, kind of sits back down the table. Apologies for that. The Sunscape Archipelago is a piece of land, yes, I understand. However, it does have our citizens on it. If this will bring an end to the conflict, then yes, you may. We strike an agreement at you taking the archipelago, in addition to the 35 million reparations. However, I also have a few additional demands. I'm going to sit back.
Relaying through.
Mm-hmm.
And what are these demands? We will come to a agreement here of a pact of non-aggression. We'll sign an agreement for 10 years. In those 10 years, no Empire ship will enter Vadmehine waters. Trade, we will continue trade, but none of your ships will enter our waters. After 5 years of this agreement, then we will allow merchant ships to dock at our docks again. But no Empire military ships will cross into our waters for these 10 years. We will also grant you a seat of politics within Vadmehine, limited to 5 Empire citizens. Only 5 in Vadmehine, and quarterly, 4 times a year, you and your group of, let's say, diplomats may meet with Vadmehine's council. Yeah, thinks for a moment.
Can I say through the mind link?
Mm-hmm.
It seems rather too generous to give to someone who's just lost a sizable chunk of their army, has lost a sizable chunk of their navy, and will take time for them to build back up.
She's trying to end the war entirely.
Yeah.
She knows the bigger picture.
They've been beaten this much, it gives them something just to give them a taste of they make them think they've won. Make them think they're getting the better end of the deal when they're not.
What do you want to say?
It is. The only thing she didn't mention, they can't invade Sakima from there. That's the only thing I'll say back.
That's because we got no control over that. Though
Yeah.
we're not Sakima. We can tell Sakima this is happening.
Yeah.
And then they can just go and slaughter the place, but we can't do anything.
She will continue. However, before we allow you to take the on Sunscape Archipelago, we demand that you give us ample time to remove our people from the shores. We request that any ships you send wait 2 weeks after this agreement so we can transport our people off the islands. He thinks for a moment. I can see this is fair. And I would also request that we sit down with Zakima and discuss a similar non-aggression pact with them. We may, thinks to himself, we can agree to these terms and we may sit with Zakima if they agree to a sit down. Very well. If that's the case, you will pay us 35 million gold in reparations for your damages to our naval, our cities, and the loss of our soldiers. For 10 years, for your military ships will not enter Vadmehine's water. For 5 years, merchant ships will not enter. Any trade you want to do will be conducted in ports such as Echo Bay. We will send ships to collect resources and bring them back here. And we will give you a place of the government, a political embassy within Vadmehine, with 5 of your diplomats. 5 of your diplomats at at a maximum within our borders, and you can meet 4 times a year with the council and the queen. And on top of all that, a pact of non-aggression for those 10 years. These are all terms I can agree to. He kind of holds out a hand, they shake hands. And just during this time, there's been like a scribe kind of bring a bunch of this down.
Can I say the mind link again? What's in that agreement between Vademhine and Sakima regarding the archipelago? What happens if Vademhine does abandon the archipelago?
Well,
It's Sakima wanted it to have to work on, they can take it. So the
yes,
that's the
but
problem.
if we did something like that, they'd go, "Oh, this thing is blue. We're gonna invade."
And what was with Sakima?
There's a fuck ton of problems in Salvonia right now, probably.
And with that, you notice that they begin drawing like an official treaty. And this takes hours. Like these are the key main, surrender clauses, but they also add, definitions of what classes a trade share, what classes a military share. And they go through all those, and this document ends up being, a huge scroll, and it takes hours. You're kind of just stood there.
Yeah, I'm still behind.
It kind of not much to relay after this bit, because there's kind of like, they're just kind of writing things down and changing things and rewriting it. So it lasts for a good few hours.
For a long rest?
I rolled the 80, I rolled the 10. 4 or 5. Takes about 5-6 hours, say 5 hours, for this to properly be drawn up. And after, that's all properly done, they both sign. They have 2 copies of it, identical copies. And then you're handed one, and they keep one. And kind of nod, and they all taken back to the rowboat. You're rowed back across shore. Where you just, those of you that are still alive, watching how as they kind of start going back, the sun start like rising over the horizon.
Ooh, new day.
So almost.
Oh.
It's the sunrise as they kind of step off,
New dawn, though.
and
Yeah.
the party are reunited once again. Clarina will go over towards the Grand General with Caro. We see Catherine's kind of been pacing up and down for a while nervously, kind of eyeing up all the soldiers and clutching at the blades. Walk over and she'll hand the Grand General a copy of the treaty. I did the best I could. It's everything. And he looks through a lot of it quickly. And we see he focuses on what's going to happen with the soldiers, which is something that was discussed heavily. And in short, they're going to be sent back to the Empire. They're going to send ships to collect them. They're going to have their cannon basically stripped off before they leave. They're going to start initially. And he goes, "You did very well, Grina." Kind of looks towards everyone. Kind of approaches the crowds. Close to the treaty. War has ended. A cheer from the remaining forces, and then turns back to the generals. We have a lot of work to do still. There are a lot of soldiers here. I want them organised and prepared to be shipped back off to the Empire. General Haxus, I'm giving this responsibility to you. I will remain here for a day or so. Caro, you can remain as well while we organise the remaining of our forces. I will then head back with Corinna and set Evolve if possible to deliver the official news to the Council and Queen. While there, I will send for General Lars. She will replace me into Current Gold Landing and organise the troops here. After which, after the Empire soldiers have been returned to the Empire, General Haxus, you will return to Eagle's Rock and take over the security while the cleanup there begins. For now, let us tend to our wounded, organise the enemy soldiers, and prepare for the future. You guys have a day essentially until he wants to jump back to the city. Which I think you want to do specifically those that are alive still.
Long rest.
Take a long rest if you wish.
Attempt to find some way to have them not be dead.
Do you have anything in your character sheet, any abilities?
No, I have a revive. But
I have a stupid idea.
what?
You've got a lightning launcher.
No.
No, they're dead.
No.
So if Erdan isn't doing something to like bring them back or
Long
something.
resting.
Yeah, okay, because my aim is to, like, I suppose that makes sense because otherwise I could teleport and try and fetch a cleric that might cast resurrection on them. But if you're doing that, I'll let that occur. I will guard the bodies.
Yeah, easy.
I'll make sure they don't get like put in the dead pile in the graves.
Yeah, they're kind of like organising the court, like a big kind of like area full of corpses. They're
Mhm.
all kept, even the Empire ones are kept respectfully.
Yeah.
A lot of the volunteer helpers that they're doing that, they're kind of moving. A lot of them don't seem phased by bodies, seen a lot of them recently.
So
for fuels and soldiers.
I'll move Iggy and Motus's corpses into the little blacksmith's building we created.
Yeah.
A bit further back, just to like.
Well, I think outside the city.
Oh yeah, that's far away. Oh, we're in the city.
Yeah, you are right.
Okay.
Into the fire.
Into the fire.
Yeah, there's definitely a space you can put them in, you can find. You can use.
It would be bad faith to hide something on Iggy now. Yeah, no, no.
You can do that. The Grand General spends most of the day kind of organising the troops, observing what Hackers is doing, helping out with that, and preparing communications. You probably would ask for a sending scroll.
Yeah, I've got 20 on me.
He will sending a message. He'll use what he gave him quantity
Yeah.
to send to General Lars, tell her to be prepared to come. With a few soldiers if needed.
I don't have 20 anymore.
But yeah, Kara, really specifically you're doing.
13.
Gareth's still got quite a lot of like healing magic, so he'll help with the medics, get people back
Yeah.
up on the feet. He'll help moving bodies. Anything that's big and needs to get moved out the way, like the cannons and stuff, he'll shift
Yeah.
there. He'll just be helping out, like helping with the soldiers.
Your Lieutenant Commander will basically take over for you when you leave your forces again. He'd be held by the general, you're going to take over from Carol when you go back from me. So you're going to be an acting general for the time being again. But yeah, you can sort out. You spend the day here
Yeah.
helping, organising. You see a few of the Empire soldiers being kind of ferried to the first vessel and not being sent away.
I suppose just one thing. I'd like to try and. It's going to be very difficult, but I just want to look out for spies. So essentially,
Yeah.
any Empire soldiers that have tried to mingle in with the our soldiers, like or people that have tried to like mix in or something like that.
Can we get an insight check?
Huh?
We also know that they use shapeshifters as
Mm.
spies.
So I'm glad that's an advantage because that's a 1 on a 4.
It's nearly a 19, but still.
Ah, it's bumped.
I've
So
got my tablecloth, let me straighten that out.
that's okay. My insight is where is it? Not very good. My insight is +3, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm going to give myself +7, so 14.
You look around. You can't see any obvious spies. You spend time watching people, but a lot of them are
Yeah.
kind of sat down, kind of chained up. A few of them, all kind of in a heavy watch. No one seems to have separated from this group, and you kind of you take some of their record and kind of take off to keep track of soldiers out there.
Okay,
As far as you're aware, no one seems to be a spy.
thank you.
After long resting,
Mhm.
I will cast Raise Dead
Yes,
on Iggy and
well,
Mortis.
who's there?
Are you gonna? You could attempt to do another DI if you wanted,
Actually, that's a good point. I have long rested, so I will attempt first to DI.
Yes. Oh,
and
yeah.
that would remove the difficulty.
I will DI.
So again,
And also the healing process for being raised.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the
Raise,
whole battling death.
what is this an Iggy
That's
from?
what I meant.
Resurrect Mortis and Iggy. DI. Nope.
Okay.
Sadness.
Right. So you begin casting the spell. Interesting, isn't it?
Who did you start with?
Who are you doing first?
Not at all.
I'm gonna start with Motus.
Okay. How many times has Motus died?
A lot.
But I died.
I mean, not that I've been like reversed by a wish or a fucking time thing, but like properly,
Yeah.
this is the third.
Okay. Make a check for me, Ada. Casting the spell.
Oh.
I'll be with him.
Yeah. So it's a.
What type of check is it?
It's basically for your spellcasting modifier, and you're proficient in it.
And just
With
can
him.
I
And I am proficient.
assist him at
So
all?
I'll be able to
No.
spell attack then.
Yeah.
I might be able to.
No.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Hold on.
It's a modifier plus.
What is my spell attack plus 15?
The
So
staffs and stuff. Because where's the plus for reason?
I'm just gonna check all the things I may or may not be able to do. Can I give him guidance?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna probably dash genius in as well. So roll a d4 for guidance as well.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So it'll be a plus 12. 19. I'll take that plus 7.
Plus 7. Yep.
26.
You cast a spell and it's successful. Watch the gem kind of shatters and kind of fills Motus' body, kind of patching some wounds together. Motus.
I can't.
You begin resurrecting, coming back to life. Is there anything anyone wants to do to assist in this?
I'm casting the spell.
Good idea.
Oh,
Yeah, cast the
yeah,
spell.
because we do that thing around the. Oh, I need to remember. What do I know of Motus? Oh, sorry. Let me give me a second to think.
And we're
What's
getting back.
I don't know how many times Iggy's died.
Yeah,
Let me just see.
It's either 3 or 4.
I think you've died.
What were the
more than
sorts of
me.
things we did for
Yeah.
this last time, Matt? I
So
can't remember.
Anyway, say like you might think
The
a
four.
what's coming back. You can do an ability check.
Yeah.
You kind of sacrifice something to give them power.
Mhm.
So a part of yourself, maybe like a spell for permanently,
Yeah.
spell permanently, and anything you give will help them in their trials to face.
Okay. I think I'd like to try and say something to Motus. I'm just trying to work out what Selban would say.
You can lie there like a bitch, or you're gonna get up.
That's not quite. Was that what Hara was gonna say? Selban's gonna try and recount to Motus what he knows about people's experiences from coming back from the dead. That kind of like the times that he's died and also records that he has read, and try and offer general advice for being dead.
Make me a charisma check.
Okay.
At one time you came back from the dead and said, "Hey guys, I've been busy."
Yeah. I was busy. Get busy. Where's charisma? There. Oh, charisma -2. My goodness. I should not do this. Oh, that's a 19. Plus that 2 from guidance, so 19. Hang on, I've got more things. So how many? I've got to resurrect. We've got to resurrect Iggy as well. So let me just scroll down. Yeah, I've got enough. So let's make that 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 26. Yes.
Nice. Carol, anything you want to do to assist?
I already said that. Carol's gonna stand there. I can give magic without getting rid of a spell slot, can't I?
You can, but it's not as effective.
But I'll put a hand on, put through enough third level smite.
Permanently or?
No, I'm not giving it a third level slot, that is not worth it.
Ow.
And
And I'm going to say, put a hand on him, like, let the magic flow in, and say, we want to toughen this, don't be a bitch, get up.
It's like a spear through my body.
Yeah.
Like there's like
Do
more,
I
there's
have
like
a new?
17
I'm
different
dead.
spears
Do I
in my
have a new
body. Trying to get
days
up
worth
there.
of
Yeah.
stuff on the
It's like I
phone?
did more than this to
you're
you.
dead, so
Okay.
you're not. Alright. With that, the effect takes place. You kind of feel this, but you feel some guidance from Selban, you feel like an imbuement of power from Carol,
I'm taunt.
and you kind of snap back and you see yourself in that kind of grey void. You see that kind of avatar of death stands in front of you. But something's different this time. They kind of step to the side, seemingly let you pass.
Why?
Yeah, they just gesture towards the gate. You can see the step leading back to the wall.
As I go through, I'm just gonna be like, because you know you're getting fast speed. What?
And you kind of awaken. You have spent your one good grace from the realm of death after freeing them from Torthius.
That's fine with me.
Ah.
I just said what he said.
Yeah.
He wasn't expecting grace from them. He's just like, yeah, you know I beat your ass.
The emotions kind of turn back away.
I think to get someone else's that more fast, bitch.
I also need your emotions to roll me a D100.
Oh yeah,
I might want to come up with more fun.
weird shit.
Yes, I now taste with my fingers.
Do you know the one for me was like shed skin when I was a human, and I was like,
Oh.
so I'm just a dragon again.
You still have an you still sit together, but it doesn't make any difference because you're drunk.
Is that a 4?
64.
64.
How many times have we rolled 64 out of D100s?
So as you kind of raise back from the dead, this kind of necrotic energy kind of pulses inside your chest, and you no longer have want or need for food.
That's great.
That's amazing!
But not all that.
What do you get the good stuff? I got you see the people you killed for the next 4 days after I blew up 2 boats.
I taste with my skin.
Pretty sure I had gone
And
down
then it's
half
like-
movement speed
Because
again.
it's literally just like, I can imagine a scenario where we're all starving to death in the abyss or something, and I'm just like,
Well, you did get stabbed with both swords at one point recently.
yeah,
So, oh no, that wasn't this fight. That was the
That-
last.
that was
yeah,
a while ago.
yeah.
Yeah, you were type like you do have the negatives from the effect.
Yeah.
And then moving on to Iggy.
Yep.
Same again. I'm gonna give guidance and then probably a +7.
I can give
So the
guidance.
same roll again.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, that's actually better.
Yeah.
I need to get enhanced ability.
22. I'll still take that. Plus
Yep.
7.
Yep.
I'm not taking any chances.
No, no.
So that's 29.
And how many times have you died, Iggy?
So I think this is the 4th, but I'm not certain.
Okay, 29 is indeed enough. How do people want to assist in Igneous's ritual?
While I'm performing this spell, can I place the coin of Avandra on Iggy?
You can, yeah. You know.
And praying, and I'll pray to Avandra, asking her to guide Iggy
Sure. You do.
through this process.
Anything else anyone wants to do during this ritual?
I think Iggy's died once before around me, right?
Yeah, you brought
Once
it back.
before with you, yeah.
You brought it back once.
Hang on. Right. So I'll do the same thing I did last time, which I'm gonna take their loot, and I'm gonna just like do a little faint strum on it,
Yeah.
sort of thing like that.
Okay, performance check for it.
Oh dear. Why do I keep doing this to myself?
You could do the rhythm maker's drum, then I'd have to dance. Oh no, it's a Reveler's Concertina.
Oh god.
Ooh.
4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with my +7.
Okay. You try your best, but it's not really. You kind of pluck the wrong notes.
Playing.
Kind of, as Igneous, you kind of feel your soul being pulled. You hear these out-of-tune notes. It's almost like the vibrations were kind of pushing you back and kind of stopping you from moving as beneficial as you could. Not affecting you, but not really helping you. Carol?
More annoying than anything.
Sorry.
The cleric needs a snack. It's a long spell.
Adam.
I said the cleric needs.
The cleric. I thought you said carrot.
Just like the idea of Adam with one hand eating a sandwich and like,
Yeah. Hey, it's the
Depends how
very
many times you can do it in 1 minute.
Or
It's
like
very
its
kind of like
magic has an
consuming
aura
spells
of
and
like
everything
growth
like that.
around him, and he
Break
grows
out.
like vegetables and occasionally just.
Carol?
I'm going to
2 people speaking at once.
use divine word. No.
Destroy the body of a good.
I will use from the book Conjure Celestial. Give Iggy some help.
What other spells? That's
7.
How many charges are actually?
It's not. It's off from the book. It's done.
Oh, is
I
that
did it
one?
once
It's
today.
one today, yeah, so 7. Okay. Motion anything you want to do?
I just give Iggy like non-permanently your 4th level song.
Maybe you can
What?
empower, like a power.
No,
Non-perm-
not permanently.
The
Not
energy of it.
permanently.
Yeah, just give them a 4th level. Like preferably a smite.
Yeah. The kind of the radiant energy kind of pulses through the body. Iggy, you feel this kind of like, you know, being pulled back to your body, or being pulled to the realm of the dead, your soul being freed. You hear these notes that kind of like, ooh, that's not great. And you feel kind of the bolstering energy as kind of this force of magic fills you, a radiant force, and all lights the path ahead of you. And then reaching out towards you, you see a kind of angelic figure. Not, there's no physical form, but the kind of like there's a glowing gold and silver light that kind of holds the hand out toward you. You kind of reach with what you don't kind of touch them, you just kind of feel something pulled forward along the hand, and you appear in a familiar place, like in a realm of death. Actually, the realm of death's different now. I apologise. It's back to what it originally was. A kind of black void of the archway. There's no stairs or fields. Because he's no longer at the river. You see like kind of that black void, that archway ahead of you. And similar to Motos, the figure kind of looks towards you and kind of step aside and gestures through. And you've also used your token of good faith.
That's what we each got one. I thought it was just one.
Everyone's got one. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, you've all got. You don't have to face death next time you die. You do it again.
What's this? Oh.
It's like it's the gratitude of death for basically freeing him from Calisius. He's like, you get one free pass. You don't have to face me. You just have to deal with death.
Give him a bow as it goes.
So I need you though again, because you got a 26 on that roll. 26 on that roll. You get
I give a 7 for that.
7. No, before that, third for you. Okay, yeah, fine. I need your heart now. DC isn't quite as high. I need a simple. 10, 21. As you begin approaching the portal, you begin seeing like flashes of the past. A lot of like death and fear kind of washes over you. You remember like what it's like to be alive. Making a wisdom saving throw with a +4 bonus. What level is it? 4 bonus?
Yeah.
+4 bonus.
I just really want to find out. Well, if I don't leave anymore, that means I can just sit on a location that doesn't have food and be. I'm good. I was a dragon.
You're a dragon hoarding. Yeah.
Just get bigger and bigger and bigger. You could hibernate for like 10 years and be fine.
100 years.
With save. With save.
You've got a +4 as well.
11? I don't think there's anything I can do to change that.
+4.
You got the coin.
I've got the coin.
Anything left on it you can use?
It was tapped out. I used it all up on you guys.
Luckily the DC is 2. You manage to face the fears of life and continue to push through. Your soul doesn't settle in your dead. That would happen before on the death then. And you step through the portal. And you back to life. Different response.
33.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty bad. Unless you did breakfast.
Ooh.
So it's tough if you
I
make
think I aged 10 years last time. I aged 7 years.
So Mickey, as you kind of, that trying to face that fear of death, you just managed to do it. You just push your soul through, but you still feel like a bit of your soul resides in the realm of death. Every time you sleep, you roll a d100. You have these horrendous nightmares and visions of the realm of death where your soul resides there. So on a 10 or lower on a d100, you wake up after these dreams screaming, and then you can end it with a short rest.
Everyone else rolls something wrong, you roll going after beat, you're fine.
Yeah, but you
Excellent! I get screaming nightmares now!
10% of the time you don't rest.
At least you're not Erlang.
Short rest?
Yeah, but you don't get a long rest.
With your penchant for rolling low on D100s.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
At least I get my.
I think is like the worst one on there.
At least I get my coin
Mm-hmm.
and my inspiration back on a short rest. I just don't get my magic.
Yeah.
And you're alive.
I'm alive! 12. Okay, we're good. We're okay.
Are you making friends with your dice again?
I'm making friends with my dice again.
Betrayed first time after we rest. After we rolled this to the first time, it's like 1
17.
It is not rollers.
It really depends on the character. What the worst one is. Because one of them is you bring a spirit back with you, which gives you like maleficent. Sorry. Yeah, malevolent.
Malevolent?
That word, entity, comes back with you. Such a dick. Roll again.
I was drinking.
Such a prick. Yeah, it's an entity comes back for you, kind of control what you love. It's cool. Anyway, it's been a while since I looked at the rules of death. I need to fix them. I need to finish them actually. But you meant to face another child. I forgot about that. But yes, you do return to the land of the living.
Good morning, Igneous. You were dead.
You do have the benefit of the negatives of raised dead, which leaves a -4.
-4. So it's down by That goes up by 1 after every long rest.
Yeah.
Up by 1.
Max goes to -2 as well.
Oh, I see.
You just keep getting worse.
And if that's just to everything, isn't it?
Res gets it power as well, I think.
Ooh, I don't.
Yeah, it does.
Good morning, Selburn. How was the war?
Well, the war, we just about won.
Yeah.
Although a lot of people died.
Yeah.
And we forgot to bring a diplomat.
Oh, I knew there was something.
But Clarina was here, and she did her job as a totally normal citizen.
Oh, we're in trouble.
What else is new?
I don't think we might be in that much trouble.
We didn't bring the state-sanctioned diplomat. This war was ended by a fantastic human being who is not the person we were asked to bring along. Drat. Too late now, though. At least the war's over. Right?
Yes, the war is indeed over. I think. I didn't really see the contract very much. You'd have to ask Kara about that. Oh, the general did do some kind of speech thing.
Was over 10-year non-aggression patents. All the details lost in that part.
I didn't hear a word of that, sorry, Adam.
Was over 10-year non-aggression. There's other bits, but that's the important bit.
Mm.
And we're going back to see the Queen today.
That's definitely...
And the Council.
Okay.
With the Grand General.
Right. Anyone have a cup of tea?
I can brew one up for you.
Yes, please. Thank you for bringing me back again.
It's good, it keeps my contingency in place.
And what's your contingency?
I just have one.
Okay.
I feel like it's best not that we know.
So, how was being dead, folks? Did you get up to anything interesting?
We got let through. No fighting. Well, I did. I assume you had something.
Yeah, you didn't want to fight me.
Oh,
Also, no.
any particular reason why?
He didn't say.
Does not. Oh well. Still look awful there?
Black
No.
void again.
Void.
The void in the arch.
We went back to normal.
No more spooky, creepy, misty forest with a horse chasing after you for eternity.
With Iggy saying that, can I make a religion or something like that to try and piece together what has happened?
Sure.
And maybe get a reason as to why death let them through?
Sure.
Oh, that is... Oh, I thought that was a 19, it's not. But it's still a pretty good roll. A religion is 19.
So you remember when Death was sent to the Death Rider?
Mm.
They had a lot more power. And that's when kind of everyone physically went through the realm of death to escape. That's when they were the most powerful. Previous to that, whenever someone came out to life, they'd only kind of enter like a small pocket plane against death, but they had less power.
Right.
It's kind of the rules are reverted back to that. So you're probably guessing as he's no longer the Death Rider, his powers dropped. And so now it's just a case of, just a conflict with death to get through, no longer disadvantages from other forces. It's reverted back to its original normal state.
You think
But
it'd be
I
possible
was
to
trying
power?
to sort of get to as to the reason why it's reverted back.
But because, I mean, there's no one in control of him anymore. Once the Shard of Kellenwar had been removed, they can probably picture that, the reason.
We didn't remove the Shard of Kellenborg.
Mm-hmm.
We should move Pelor.
Pelor, sorry, but the effect is still.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Sorry. But the godhood effect is no longer a god. For now.
I guess when we removed the godhood from Calisius, it's removed his control from death and has depowered death.
You'd think he'd be upset with that.
He was.
Yeah, was I able to, with that check to get any
Did he talk
reason
to you?
as to why he let them through?
I mean, you're the one responsible for it, so it probably is cool. Probably a single repayment of you set me free, I will set you free.
I was like, I mean, maybe he's not upset. What if he's acknowledged what we've done and
I'm just going to take it that he doesn't want to fight me and move on.
I can see that for you. Maybe not for Ignis.
Definitely not for me.
Sure.
Maybe he's giving us all a single pass because we freed him from Carissa's
Well,
control.
we'll find out the next time someone dies.
Well, let's hope no one does die.
Are you feeling okay, Motus?
I'm alright.
You seem slightly more grumpy than usual today.
Being
Yeah.
dead will do that to a person.
Oh, I do suppose. I was rather ticked off when I died. Is there anything particular on your mind?
Nope.
To the Queen.
Nods.
You still got a few hours while the Grand General's finishing off. No, organising the troops. I think we've got maybe 6 or 7 hours left of doing that. I think you just want to do during the day.
Yeah. So,
And also Kirkus.
take a short rest because I'm on 1 hit point.
Yeah, you take a rest. You got a long rest, and then there's 7, 8 hours. You think?
That's a good
In
point.
fact, that's down to
I
minus
mean,
1.
I've already taken a long rest, so
I will also long rest.
No.
I'll tell the folks that I was like keeping an eye out
Sure.
for.
I'll.
So I assume I can't take a long rest?
No,
or
you
I
do
should?
not.
I'll long
With
rest.
this, Iggy, if you roll a 10, when you get a short rest, your score doesn't increase, your negatives don't increase. You need full rest.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I only got 1 thing.
Smashing the face up.
Can I use my luck to re-roll a d10?
Nope, that's not how it works.
Sadness. Oh, there's fate for the day. Hey.
Someone's having a good day.
Well, roll to rest first.
Well, they reset at dawn.
Oh, true.
I just wait until I was alive.
Yeah. That'd be nice.
Because otherwise you'd find items on dead adventurers that weren't recharged.
Yeah. It's typically how you find it.
Is it?
Yeah.
But then they recharge.
Well, the recharge once you've achieved your rest.
Is it different?
Should I just roll this?
Yeah, just
Then
roll
then
it,
21,
yeah.
because there we go. Now there's it's sorted.
What is it? 0 to 9 that you can't roll.
Yeah.
0 to 9, 10% chance that you have a short rest.
Yeah. Just don't roll zeros on the D100, unless you also roll a 0 on the D10, and then it's 100.
Conditions. Can I add a -4 to everything?
Mm-hmm.
In
Oh,
here.
no, we'll recharge it, ignore me.
Okay.
Well, yeah, not the specific things. Yeah, they get more back.
Wonderful.
So I'll just tell folks that I was looking out for like maybe Empire spies trying to infiltrate in the army, but I couldn't see anyone.
We're meeting with the Queen, so you're getting these.
Yeah.
You're gonna need them.
Yeah.
You're gonna need them.
Who? Me?
Yes,
Why?
just in case.
Okay.
And who else?
Grand General.
Grand General is gonna need them.
I like the faith. I like the faith.
I've got 2 Flash to Genius left. I've used a lot with the resurrections. Anything we want to do the rest of the day here? I've already looked for spies. Anything that needs to be done? Do you think, Cara would tell us?
All our soldiers are being kept away from everything. Our soldiers are being looked after. Healers are doing their thing. Bodies are getting buried. Sword defences. It's all cognizant.
I'll do a bit of gear repairing
Yeah.
in the few hours that we've got, like some of the broken armaments or whatever. I'll just fix the back up. Yeah.
And I'll play to keep morale high.
Yep.
Like victory songs and
Make a
such.
performance check for me.
With a negative?
With a
3.
negative 3. Performance. I don't think I've got. Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. I'd say you can't because you're resting during this time.
Okay.
Doing long rest, aren't you?
So for the whole. Okay.
You're likely to be asleep for those 8
That's
hours.
probably for the best. I rolled a 3. So it would have been a 20.
It's worth the
It
minus.
wouldn't
though.
be. It would have been.
So,
It would have been 17.
That's ridiculous.
But yeah.
Says you, Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Skills,
I-
come out the bazoo.
My highest check is +18.
The sun begins to set. The Grand General finishes off organising the last of the troops, speaks to the generals once again. No, Carrie, you're kind of kept on side with the rest of the party. Speaks to. Oh, I forgot his name. Ruben, that's it, yeah, Ruben. Yeah, because he's going to be able to take over for you while there's no general there. Like last time. And yeah, he turns back to you with Clarina. Shall we make a move? Well, I've not his voice at all, but we'll go with a fair.
Sure.
Let's go.
So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Grand General 6. Clarina. Harris.
Is that more than?
How many can you take? It's yourself in 8, so yourself in 7. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's 8.
8.
It's basically
It's yourself
a 3 by
and
3 square.
Is it yourself in 8 or 8 total?
8
One,
total.
I'm just gonna get it up.
No, it's you and 8 others because you're in the centre of the
Yeah.
square.
How many 3 charges? Oh, it just this is not telling me the
I think
teleportation
it's
spell.
yourself in 8.
But I would need to attune to it because it's currently attuned to the EP. That's how we've got around spell slots. So they count as a person in this. So I would need to detune and stuff.
Oh, that's where it's from.
You can put the back in whatever, so.
Yeah.
Iggy, Selban, Caro, Motus, Erdan, Harris, Clarina, Catherine, and
That's 9. Okay, good. I will de-attune to something else.
So you should like whack the back in your body.
Yep. Okay.
I figured out why my
And then I'm gonna have to
an
teleport.
extra +3 to my spell attack is from the amulet of
As well. Is that good?
Where am I teleporting to?
Of course.
Oh, Grand General. Where am I teleporting to?
No, anywhere in Cyrodilia.
Sure. No.
You got the circle for the money. You got the circle for like the government building, isn't it?
Eric's tower.
Eric's
Yeah.
tower. I want to run our way.
Well, Selban needs to be told where to go.
Yeah,
He's
Erwin's tower.
okay. 22.
It's a fixed thing.
Okay. Yeah, works. You appear in Erwin's tower. Would you send him to Erwin?
Yeah, I just
Or
said
did
it.
you want it for me?
Why is different players? 18.
Oh, he was in the sanctum, isn't he? I don't know where Erwin is. Where would he be? You send to the sanctum, and he'd be at the sanctum. You want to say it. You get back. I am currently not there, but that is fine. You all quickly appear. And as you do, you see like a portal appears at the door, kind of shows the image of the door, probably another quick transfer of the water down the tower. You all kind of step through it. Get backside.
Is Nam in there?
You think
Hmm.
you trying to explore the tower?
No, I haven't got time.
One of us would end up dying.
Scroll past that. Yeah, you step outside of Erwin's tower. It's it's evening time. The sun's now beginning to set. But the Grand General makes his way with Clarina to the capital building. He sends word to get a servant to go and fetch the council with all the spares. And he probably goes to his office first, so he's kind of ready himself. Grabs a few things. Is there anything any of you want to do? In fact, the first thing to do, he will go and speak with General Law, I think, the other hair. She'd be like a military captain in the city. So you know what to do. I think you guys want to do. We've got like an hour or so before they all
Panic.
Do we want to find the assistant diplomat and have a chat with him?
I think the Queen will probably bring them.
Yeah.
Do we want to have a chat with them before we have this meeting?
Possibly. Yeah.
This is interesting. For once, it's not my fault.
It's everyone's fault. Everyone
I
forgot.
was wondering if Queen Carol would have remembered it.
That's why you gave you a chance that session. didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would. In game, it was like a week. Out of it's been like 4 months.
Yeah, I know that's why people take notes. I can't just be like you remember everything. Like you have to.
The thing is, I've got his name written in my notes, but no context around it, and
It's part of the game.
Joe has a valid defense though, with a gap in his notes.
I was asleep. Anyway. Yeah, if Selban doesn't quite know what to do right now, but if you're suggesting we talk to this person,
Maybe have a chat. But I'm deferring to Carol on this.
Carol's the wrong person to ask.
Carol is the person being asked.
Carol's one who's in the shit.
Exactly.
All in the shit. It was a good ask.
Hey, it's not the first time we've been asked to do something or not, but
Yeah.
we are a bit busy, saving the planet. Sorry, we can't do admin work.
That's a bit bigger. I found out I'm the Antichrist.
But we could have said no, we're
That was
busy.
the last one. That's no excuse.
Or could she arrange transport that wasn't us?
Is there anything you guys are doing?
So I'm understanding that all good.
You didn't have to. You can just basically wait. You catch your breath. They got a few minutes to sit down. What have you two done? What are you doing?
You should have been messy and you don't want to know.
God.
How long is the meeting going to last
That's
for?
annoying.
No idea. Are you up to?
I'm up to nothing.
Doubt.
I'm up to nothing that will hurt you, Matthew.
Oh God. Doesn't sound good.
I wouldn't hurt you in any way.
What are you doing? I don't like this.
See, now I'm just making me nervous.
No. What have you got planned? What trickery are you up to? Yeah, you guys wait to have to anything, don't you think?
That's not helpful.
Carrot drop it at the war.
I was gonna say, yeah, you
council.
probably just be sat there.
Because the war council say war's over.
You should get like a basic. You probably spend that hour debriefing them.
You open the door, you're fucking fired. What is it?
Yeah, you probably spend like an hour in there debriefing. They kind of fill in a few bits of paperwork. You probably fill in the people organise your reinforcements. You kind of reorganise the deployment of where things need to go. And the war council kind of finishes at the last kind of meeting for a while. Since there's no war on, you can all kind of return to standard duties. You also offer the option to opt out now of the war council if you want to have a different job. Since there's no war, they can find a replacement.
Access is still online for it.
It is an option.
Fucking gonna spice it.
I want this position not because I want it, because I want you to not have it.
Well, he's probably going to be one to get voted for it and he's the worst person to get it.
You can make a recommendation.
Do I know anyone worthwhile for it? I don't. Not someone who's actually part of the army.
Not you. Sorry.
I mean, technically we are part of the army.
You're like a
Technically.
task force that get paid.
When was the last time we got paid?
We haven't actually been paid.
Don't get paid. You're not collecting your wages. How do you want to say it?
They gave us an awful lot of gold though.
They did, yeah.
Also,
make
we've now got an
intelligence
awful lot of
check.
And we also invested some of that gold into.
Just pay you what you get from. And make an intelligence check for me, see if you know anyone.
Well,
Yeah, to see like who you know, like, or specifically what you know of these people.
It's less you don't know anyone, or more who do you think is the best
Yeah,
person
so
to
like
do it.
knowing everyone what you know of who you think will work well.
who checks +1.
That's not high DC.
Oh.
Back top 20.
Yeah. So you know a few people. General Laris, who they sent to go and basically replace the Grand General, she could be a good option. She is kind of based in the city anyway. She's based in like the military encampment here. She's more of like a junior general. She's never really kind of gone into war. She's done a lot more like admin, a lot of like behind the scenes, a lot of preparation, a lot of planning. Could be a good replacement. Someone who is more skilled in organisation. She manages large groups of troops as it is. So she could be more of a sit role replacing. Or you could offer to promote. I was his fucking name. You just said it 2 days ago.
Oh yeah.
Your fucking buddy old pal. Reuben. He's been a lieutenant commander for a while now. The next step is general. He did a pretty decent job in managing your troops in the battle as well. Could be an opening man.
These kind of recommendations.
They will take that into account. You kind of sign a few bits of paper relieving you of your war council status. They take the office off you. But you continue as just like your general. And they will discuss this with the Grand General and themselves and will come to a decision. Okay. Maybe you kind of spend the hour doing that. Salband again, I think you do it all.
Just one thing, just before we go into the meeting with the Queen, I just want to cast Enhance Ability on yeah, but so.
Just checking in on everyone, making sure people are okay. The people that we know that are here, like Gaxus and.
You can't find Gaxus is in the audience with the Queen.
And Queen's daughter. Whose
Yeah,
name
you
is
can't
Gaxus?
know that. Yeah.
No.
You're not allowed in here these days. Gaxus has got very strict fact, no, Iggy probably would. Iggy would be. Probably one of the very few he's like will lower the rules for if you're going alone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you kind of speak to someone who's currently protecting her as one of the royal guards.
Mm-hmm.
She seems fine. She's just chilling, probably in bed asleep.
And offer to give her a carrot plushie if she wants one.
Yeah, I'll take one. Kind of hand it to the guards. They kind of point like a bad with them for the time being.
It's the state of the art. Look at it.
It screams when you press it. Ella, I think you're doing it.
Reversible turns into a
Now
My God, that's a great idea.
I like one of those little squid things that you can have like its hand
Yeah,
outside. Yeah, it's that. You kind of flip it and it becomes the hell beast.
You can't blame
I
us
think
for
no
that.
one knows about that other than this lot.
Exactly. The people that design them.
It was like, why is he turned into this?
What is this? Why is this the brink of the end times? It's completely gone.
I don't think there's anything in particular that I
Yeah, just chill. Notice?
I'm going to probably like snatch a bottle of wine
Sure.
and drink it during the thing.
Yeah.
Because I died.
Yeah, just chill.
And if anyone asks, I fucking died. So leave me alone.
You got this, it's fine.
Carina is off
But I
with
died for
the
them, and
west.
it's called guilt tripping.
Walking off.
I'm fine, I just want a bottle of wine.
I was walking off.
You watch as during this time you see several figures enter the council chamber. A few familiar faces, the Arthur and Arthur one. All copycat, all. One second, I'll open up the notes for this.
What is the name of the Queen's daughter?
Estella.
Estella, thank you.
You see Jafar Atkins, the Lone Northern Vale kind of governor. You also see, oh my god, I forgot his fucking name.
The new one.
The new one.
If I find election.
It's in my notes here.
Selection. No. Ooh. Windows help button's been engaged again. Oh. Edge has been reinstalled. Let me just delete.
How have you managed?
It
How
had,
managed to get past
it had,
everything?
no, it had updates, but
Oh.
I'll just delete it from my computer.
Are we sure what's his name? Oh my god, I'm so bad at D&D. I've forgotten all the important facts.
Wouldn't be us.
I know that will be. Oh my god, why can't I remember his name?
What's his name?
Oh my god.
Search for signifying.
Yeah, it's in my notes, hang on. I didn't copy paste it onto the rules of one hand doc, I should have. That's my fault.
Vivison.
That's it.
Yay!
Lord Vivison. There you see him. He arrives as well. And you see Erwin probably doesn't show up because he is busy.
Insight check, Lord Viviston.
Go for it.
Which was his 26. What's his vibe?
He doesn't really know what's going on, so he kind of wanders in, very kind of cocky, suave, kind of, shoulders broad, chest out, big body, one of his first big countenance. You also see the Tabaxi, Jazar, the kind of master of trade. He walks in, the kind of leopard Tabaxi. He kind of steps in. And you do kind of see rushing in that kind of ambassador, kind of grabbing as many papers as he can, just charges straight in, kind of ignores what's going on, flicking through as many things as he can, almost a bit panicked. But yeah, eventually there's the Grand General approaches with Clarin and goes, Caro, should we step in? And the rest of you will need to wait out here.
Okay.
Give enhance ability of charisma.
Gonna whisper inspiration to both of them.
Yep.
You've got basic inspiration now as well.
More defense. But with that, you three of you enter the council chamber.
It's like when I tried to roll damage.
Yeah. The queen is now kind of coming through like a back door. Gax is there with her. She sits down on the throne, one of the makeshift throne here. Roger goes, Your Majesty, members of the council, I am pleased to officially announce the war against the Empire has come to a close. After many months of battle, many soldiers lost, people lost, towns and cities brought to ruin, we can say that we are safe from their threat. I would like to report first that we did lose a significant number of soldiers. I have yet to get the exact number, however I would like to request that we honour their lives and their service to Vadmehine once we get the exact number. A memorial built to them within Gold Landing, Eagles Rock and here in Ceratolia, as well as a portion of our funds to be directed to their families of those that lost their lives and their homes, did everything in the war. You can see the Carinotus, Everin Castellion, the elven man, the master of the exchange, kind of rolls his eyes at the mention of this, just takes a mental note. The Grand General then turn and go, I have the news exactly of the treaty we signed. He'll begin basically running off the details. A few minutes this goes by. They're all very silent listening to this. And then the Queen goes, that is good to hear, General, but if I'm not mistaken, our ambassador remains on our land. It remained within the council building. Who is it that had these talks? And Vadmehine goes, that is a very good point. And why is she
Oh yeah.
in the chamber? Well, Your Majesty, it was a difficult time. We didn't have the ambassador due to unfortunate circumstances. We were unable to gather them in time. But when it came to negotiations, Clarina Andra here, she, or Miss Andra here, we'll say, stepped up to negotiate for us. She kind of looks towards Clarina the Queen. And in these negotiations, you gave away the archipelago. Yes, Your Majesty, I tried my best to avoid it, but I managed to work in some agreements. I know it was a rash decision, but I didn't have many options. And then Everin Castellion will go, a decision that is going to cost us an awful lot of money, and one that was not yours to make. You were once a part of this council, but democracy said otherwise. And Vadmehine goes, I find this, if I am honest, Your Majesty, a overstep of this woman's position. She is merely a citizen of this nation now. Yes, I understand she is respected, but I feel as if she has overstepped and we have lost our land and our people. The Queen kind of looks towards everyone, this very kind of stern look on her face. All of you are correct. I understand the decision was not Clarina's to make, nor was it any of yours. Yes, you can say that she overstated her position by involving herself in these discussions. That is something we will address in time. But I'd like to remind you all the decision of giving away the archipelago would not be for any of you to make. My decision, let's not forget that. General, tell us more of this treaty that was signed. Yes, Your Majesty. We've agreed to a non-aggression pact, and I believe a part of it was that we would speak with Zakima in organising more of a agreement between ourselves, Zakima, and the Empire, especially to deal with regards to the Sunscape archipelago. And these reparations, how much are they to pay us? 35 million gold, Your Majesty, in small payments over the next several years. 5 million a year for the next 6 years now. 7 years. Everyone goes, that will be enough to begin repairs. Could we have not gained more? Perhaps we had proper discussions. And you see the young kind of junior master goes, yes, well I think that we should have maybe tried for more. We could have maybe negotiated, maybe offered them more in return. Perhaps The money is key in rebuilding what we lost. Kind of begins flicking through papers. Literally, yeah. And then you just have one of the first times you hear Jazar, the tabaxi speaking, goes, "This deal, how does it affect trade?" You say that it still continued with no ships in our waters. The Queen kind of speaks to them. Yes, I said to them that we can continue trade with them, but their ships cannot enter our waters for several years, 5 years exactly. If they are to trade with us, then any shipments we send to the Empire, perhaps we could not plan on a return trip and instead gather equipment or resources from them and bring it back to our shores. This seems a difficult agreement to manage, but not impossible. And you 65% on Coppercattle kind of speaks up and goes, "Can we all just stop bickering and just accept the fact that this war is over and that the Grand General, the General and Miss Andra have ended this war that has affected my people more than anyone else here for months now. I just wanted that. I want that to be the focus of this meeting, that this war is over, people are not being killed, people are not losing any more of their livelihoods, their homes. I mean, all that is gone and we're just discussing trade and how much money we're losing when we should be focusing on what happened to the people of that region."
Was he like the only good person in this fucking country?
The Queen goes, "Yes, I agree. We will make all of the necessary arrangements to help support the people of Eagles Rock and the Goldland and any towns and villages along the way that are affected. And that will happen in good time, but for now, we should review this treaty and begin making the preparations." Mr. Castellan looks towards Everett Selling. "I expect you to draw up a plan for refunding these areas." "Yes, Your Majesty." And Jazar looks towards the back. "See, I hope that you can draw up a trade strategy to organise how we will continue to trade with the Empire with their vessels not in our water." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Mr. Coppercattle, I will make sure that these funds are delivered to you specifically to help you organise how they will be spent within the Eastern Bearing. It is your land to manage and control." "Yes, Your Majesty, that would be much appreciated." You see Eric kind of rolls his eyes at that, kind of clicks his neck. But now to the important matter. She kind of takes the treaty from off the table, kind of reads it. "This seems like an adequate treaty. We have gained payment to repair our land, and the war was ended. But the decision to offer up the archipelago should have been mine to make. I am queen of this land, and it is my decision on what happens to it. However, in such a situation, I would defer to our Executive of Foreign Affairs to make a decision like this. The actions Corina, or Miss Andra here, has taken, to me, reflect more of the actions of the Executive of Foreign Affairs. And with a position available, I'd like to offer you the role, Miss Andra." Are you sure, Your Majesty? And then just kind of like a quick kerfuffle between Sam and Sam. "Your Majesty, she cannot."
I hope not just shut them because the Queen's talking.
And she goes, "Silence. I'd like to remind you both of your positions in this court. And yes, I'm in positions. And you sit in these positions. You can be replaced."
You are my bitches.
She was like, "You my host."
And what she will say, who sits at the top of this table? Whose face is on our money?
Is it actually a table?
It's like a long kind of table.
Okay, I was imagining like more like
It's got just chairs around.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's more of like an actual kind of table.
Like a wooden table.
Kind of, yeah. But a lot smaller. With like hair at the top, and then it goes like the council members. So
I just like the idea of a big table, and she's just got a biggest fucking.
yeah, she has like a miniature throne. They'll have like big chairs. And it'd probably be it would go Foreign Affairs next on like her right hand side. exchange on her left, and then it would be Grand General, Erwin, Trade, Cardinal, and then the four regents, governors. And she kind of turned to Corinna. Is this a responsibility you are willing to take on? Yes, of course, Your Majesty. It would be an honour to serve Vadmehine once again. Very well. And they kind of like go to speak, Casselion and Einstein, and as they do, the Grand General goes, Your Majesty, I would like to second this decision, show my support for Miss Sandra. And Copycat goes, I too will support the decision.
I don't get a choice.
Yeah, you
just
have to
do
do
it now. Yeah.
They kind of went, oh my god, Vivistein and Casselion kind of look, and they kind of both look towards Dugar, the trade master. He kind of looks towards the Queen, looks towards her. I am loyal to the crown, and I have no opposition to this decision.
Which was Casselion again? Which one was Casselion?
The elf. He's the master of the
He's the
estate.
banker.
Oh, yeah, the banker.
Did he agree with this? Or just
Yes, he can. But no, he deferred to the Queen. He goes, my loyalty is allied to the decision of the crown.
Insight.
Oh, you have advantage on it.
Oh yeah. That's insight. It's not.
Oh, it says wisdom, isn't it? Yeah.
It's 6.
Sex. He seems, yeah. I mean, he from what you know of him, he doesn't really speak much. He's very quiet, but he always, supports the decision of the crown. He's very kind of like, I guess, submissive to the Queen. Like, yes, like whatever the Queen wants is how we better the country. Kind of like always kind of bows to her. He's always been a very neutral in decision as well. Like, whenever she's tending to her towards, he always kind of follows suit. Well, with that, the decision is made. Corinna Andra, I hereby appoint you Executive of Foreign Affairs. We will reconvene the council in a few days to discuss your position, as well as how we deal going forward. But for now, let us discuss the rest of this treaty. Grand General, Caro, your service here is done. Thank you very much for your assistance, and thank your friends as well for their agreement. One moment, we've not collected your payments in a while, so here's the kind of slides you it's like quite a large chest with several compartments in it. Do give that to your associate.
Of course, Your Majesty. Because Carol that you won't get a chance to speak, you'll just slide a piece of paper over to her, which just says, "It's my fault we've got diplomat. I'll take the whatever punishment you determine."
She kind of takes it, reads it, and then she kind of like puts it on like the side of like the throne or whatever the chair. Goes very well. Let us discuss, and you kind of wash it out. The Grand General probably walks you to the door, so you cast it.
As we have to do,
Sorry, not the Grand General, Gaxus.
Gaxus walks me to the door, take the shield and say, "Pretend this is the Grand General. I'm not worthy of any more." And he takes the shield from hand and go.
And close the door behind him. You see Catherine's like, what the fuck's going on? Oh, fuck, Catherine.
Catherine's still waiting outside of us,
Yeah, she is.
and she's pacing.
She's like, the fuck's going on?
I didn't know they were in a meeting.
What's that, Scout?
Oh.
Karina's got a new job.
Which is what?
I've got the title on it.
Executive of Foreign Affairs.
Executive Foreign Affairs. She's the new diplomat.
I mean, she's gonna end up talking a lot
Okay.
with people you don't like.
and more meetings.
On the plus side, you probably get to go to a lot of exotic places.
But there
I
probably
don't
won't
like
be.
exotic places.
Well,
She would need a bodyguard.
Karina might have to go some dangerous places, so you might have a chance to knock heads.
Okay, I'm in.
There you go.
Sold. Drinks. Is she gonna be a while?
Yes.
Quincy's.
Quincy's?
Yeah.
Sure.
What's in the chest?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
Wait till we get somewhere to actually look at it.
Sure.
Do we head to Quincy's? Head to the manor?
Should we put it in a bag of holding for now?
Let's go to Quincy's.
We head to Quincy's.
Yeah. You make your way
Just fought a war.
to Quincy's
Died.
town. It takes you a little while. Did you get a taxi there?
yeah.
Yeah, thanks. 3 gold.
I'll pay for it.
To get there.
I'm gonna
Okay.
ask Harris to sending to the tribe to see if anyone wants to come along.
They're all
Inventory.
fine. It's like a group celebration. They're going to step back and just carry on. Because like, it's the evening time, so most of them have gone to bed. Or the sun is setting. It's probably, well, we've had a busy day. A few might come, but no one specific will come along. Your family are all like, we've been welcome, we're going to bed. Have a good time. But you make your way to
I'm going to tip the taxi driver 1 gold.
Smashing
Yeah.
a little baby horse on there.
Quincy isn't there.
The non-alcoholic potion that turns your fur ginger.
Oh goodness, yes.
Look at my little
I
ginger
don't
boy.
think he's moved yet to.
He's not yet. You spoke to him in the city about last time, but he's not Congress yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll describe it the town. You see a large 2-story red wood building with a shallow roof, with a small overhang providing cover for the decking outside. On the roof there's a large chimney, and there's an unusually tall door. On the bottom of the door there's a large... Sorry, hang on. On the bottom floor there are 2 large windows at the front of the building, and there's a door leading into a back room near the alleyway. There are several windows on the second floor, each one of them... for each room that there is upstairs. It bounced off my foot. Just by John's Bible.
I was trying to look quietly about disturbing you, sorry.
And you step inside into the interior. See, there's quite a comfortable, warm room. A very sweet smell in the air. There's a large bar on the left, so the right of the room as you walk in. And you see behind it there are several shelves packed full of all different kinds of drinks, mixers and liquors. Some are in like a story looking vials, but also several barrels of ale on the back wall. There's a back room behind the bar which connects to probably a kitchen or storage room, and there is a few figures kind of working as they're settling down to a basement. You also see a large fireplace in this room, several large comfy chairs, a fire pit as well, up against one of the walls. And you see several set of stairs leading up to the second floor. But yeah, behind the bar you see Quincy, the fairly tall, blue-skinned Vademhine, kind of spiky black hair, a long-sleeved brown coat, and like a red silk version of a black trim. A few rings on his fingers, on one of his hands, and the necklace in the shape of like a crescent moon on his neck. You also see a silver pocket watch in his vest pocket and a pair of glasses as well, kind of tucked away in the pocket. You see one of the lenses is made from that kind of pink Aberoth crystal. And kind of wanders around, pours for drinks. Hey!
We ever asked him about that lens?
Yes, you know it is where it is to Solina. The rest of a very long time ago. It is not a Cali thing.
Okay.
Green, what you all doing here? How have you all been?
Good, we're not here to destroy your establishment
Yeah,
this
make a
time.
change. We're gonna get you.
I mean, I could put it in chair and make you feel better.
No, not really.
Something spicy, but no alcohol, please.
Okay.
The usual.
Okay.
I'll have whatever that is, please. Points to something colourful.
Okay. Let me just quickly get the menu up. What about you? What do you want?
Something alcoholic but not too strong.
Okay, Garrett.
Can't decide like the Banshee vodka or whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
Probably Karas for a bottle of it.
Yeah. So he will probably quickly be mixing a drink for Iggy. And it's a very kind of thin glass. Place it down, like a red, orange, bubbling liquid.
Cheers.
Yeah, no worries. That is okay. And so when you pointed to that, okay, you kind of pours, moves the glass. There's this very nice looking, very strong smelling whiskey. Kind of places it down. You ask for your
It's like Banshee vodka.
Super expensive last time, I remember, wasn't it?
No, just the glass was not that much.
Oh, okay. But yeah, but you asked for the bottle.
Yeah.
I remember it was many gold, I think.
It's not gonna be. It's not stupid expensive.
Well, it's not super
Banshee's
expensive for
breath.
us anymore, but
Banshee's breath.
It is
Why isn't this working?
about, I think it's about 15 gold for the bottle.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
35
Wow.
for the glass. And then you pointed something, didn't you?
Wanted something colourful.
Yeah, I pointed at something colourful. Saban doesn't drink, but he's just been to war. He's slightly harrowed.
That's why Ines is not drinking.
Doesn't drink much anymore. He does drink a little bit.
That's just the thing. The heart of the Nephilims are changing anyway. Is that still the same?
Fine, what's that for?
You got it under control.
I mean, to get anything
Oh, is it developed?
Push, does it?
What is that? You have to push it fair, but there's a little bit of a. You have to go hard. But he kind of mixes up a drink for you
Mm-hmm.
and places it down. And she looked at similar to kind of these long thin glass, but they're different coloured liquids. Ed, how much did you play that?
So I just said something alcoholic, but not too strong.
Too strong. Yeah, it's kind of pours you an ale. It's just 4 copper for an ale. Once you get your fireball whiskey, it's 5 silver for you, 15 gold for you, 4 copper for you. Iggy, you got yours from there. I'll say it's 3 silver, and then Salban. Okay, yours is 5 gold.
Okay, as long as it's not 300, I'm good.
They can hand you over the drink.
Well, I don't know what on earth I just bought.
Do you have your visor down currently?
So I was actually going to say that. So once we get into the actual pub, for the first time in a long time, Salvan's just going to like push a button on his shoulder, and his armor just kind of goes, folds back slightly,
Yeah.
and he kind of steps out of it sideways, and like just sits there in plain clothes,
Yeah.
with his like kind of hole in his face.
Yeah,
Okay.
you come in and you see there's loads of people in here, but they're all like adventurous, so they see a hole in your face and they're like, I could just probably got a story.
Can I have a straw, please?
Yeah, there you go. Put it in. Oh, I would give it a mix.
Sure.
As a straw.
And I'm going to put my finger in to taste it. Because I tasted my skin.
Yeah, it tastes like. It tastes. I'm gonna say it tastes.
It
tastes. It tastes very floral,
Very
but
full.
there's different like. You've walked through fields recently.
Yeah?
You know what grass tastes like.
I do, yeah.
Flowers taste like. It's very kind of florally and different tastes to it. How deep do you put your finger?
Like gin.
I'm just going to dip it in
Yeah,
to
like a
taste
gin,
it.
but different. Like you get like a strawberry taste, a lavender taste, like a
Dear
daisy
goodness.
taste, all different tastes.
Yeah. And then I'll start just taking a sip
So you
through
take
the
a
straw.
sip. And you will notice that what colour is Salvan's eyes?
Oh, I believe they're green, but I'd have to look on his thing. 1 second.
Caraway, you kind of take off a bit of the armour, you're going to relax a bit.
Nice stay in the armour.
Okay. What everyone else? Where do you want to sit? Do you want to sit by the window, by a booth? Let's let you know. We haven't been here for a town since like.
I would like to
let's
sit
go
near
down.
the fire.
Yeah,
if
it
anyone-
is a cool day. It's kind of it's February essentially. It's pretty cold. There are people sitting by it, but if you guys walk over to it like, oh, yeah, of course, take a table. We're on our way out. And they kind of finish the town and they leave.
Is anyone entertaining the room at the minute?
Yeah, there's a bar on there. It seems fairly adapt. He's kind of got
Oh, I don't have
big
that
kind of
on
flamboyant fair coat, strumming a lute, singing some upbeat songs.
I'll ask if they want any accompaniment.
No, you will sit back. It'd be an honour to pay for setting all of it. A special song I had for you. He kind of sings a song about you guys.
Is it the Ballad of Seti Volva and
It
it's
is not.
stolen?
It's not. It's a different one.
Okay.
It's his own kind of version of it.
Sure.
So I haven't written down what colour his eyes are. So let's say, just say green.
Green.
That fits.
You take a sip of it.
Mhm.
No one else notices it. You don't notice it, but Selban, everyone kind of looks at you funny for a second, as your eyes go from green to red. And you get kind of this very kind of berry flavour in your mouth.
Oh, this is quite interesting.
You
Take another
possessed?
sip. You get this kind of floral
He's
lavender scent, and your eyes go purple.
Someone, are you possessed?
Pardon?
Your eyes, or rather you possessed?
I'm just grabbing a fork really quick.
That helped not. Let's take another sip. Oh, 1 second. He pulls out a tiny little mirror. Does it suit the harrowing scar?
A little.
It's orange.
Well, at least I didn't turn my entire skin purple.
Well, what was I going to say?
Oh my goodness, my tail.
Oh, can I get you a drink that will really surprise you?
No, thank you.
Oh, it's a nice surprise.
No, thank you. I've had enough surprises recently.
Hey, Quincy. I'm
Yeah?
just going to go up to Quincy and whisper, have you got any chili peppers on hand?
Yeah, give me a sec. It runs to the kitchen. Ow. Falls over something. And you've got like a little small round of chili peppers.
He's just going to borrow one.
Do you want chili flakes or actual peppers?
I like an actual pepper.
He just gives you a pepper.
Just going to open it up and just go, hey, look, have you seen this before? And like, pop it on your skin.
Well, that is quite spicy.
Oh, I've got a burn.
What do I do? I'm gonna take the straw. I'm just gonna spray the liquid towards Iggy's eyes to see if it changes Iggy's eye colour.
It stings a little bit, but it doesn't do anything to your eyes.
I deserve that. Ugh. And then Iggy's just gonna start.
For one moment I'm out of my armour, people keep putting food on me. My goodness.
Think of it as a novelty, and Iggy's just gonna bite down on the chili and just eat it.
What's in the chest?
So you open up the chest. It's a bomb. Inside, you see several compartments, each with like a small pouch in it, and there is 200. It would be 800 gold in each one, and like platinum pieces. So 80 platinum, 80 each one. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of them. I carry you to get one because you're on a whole page. I just go back.
Well, I was running out of money, so 800.
No, I just go to the bank to get my wages.
Oh, what is this, Caro?
It's payment for being a military unit.
Oh. War pays.
Of course it does.
Is that what most battles are like, Caro?
Yeah, well, big ones, yes.
I think I prefer what we do. That was
Yeah.
pretty darn rough. What did you say?
Nothing.
I'm pretty sure I heard you say something.
I didn't, just a drink.
You smelt him say something.
I'm pretty sure I smelled you say something. Yeah, I don't hear properly, do I? I can't quite remember all of that stuff about resurrection.
Right, what's next? Actually, whilst we're listening to the song, is the song accurate?
It's a very exaggerated song about
It's
your battle
perfect.
against, like, you know, a dragon, an ancient evil dragon somewhere with a laser keyma. It's a fictional song, but it kind of, you know, you exaggerate what you guys can do.
Excellent.
But a crowd does kind of begin to fill a tavern.
Oh
You get
dear.
people kind of buying you a few drinks. Kind of come and go. Some people ask like a autograph.
Okay.
And you guys are all quite well known. Quincy goes, "Hey, people are going to keep coming over. Do you guys want people to leave you alone, or
Not really.
no? Okay."
Are
It's running drinks for you all, and someone's bought a bunch of ales for you.
we
Lovely.
doing good for business this time?
Yeah,
Okie dokie.
you usually don't.
Well, last time
Well,
we
we
did
are your
destroy part of
sponsors
his-
right now.
You are. By the
How
way,
are our drinks doing?
I need more.
Yeah?
I haven't seen
Glee.
Glee. Did you send them my way this year?
Sure.
I meant to see it tomorrow. I just want to get ahead of it for the weekend.
Oh, why? What's up?
Yeah, I need one more. It sounded quite quick.
Oh,
I
sweet.
ran a few extra back. I ran out last weekend.
I'll pass the message on.
Cool.
Do you want her to meet you here tomorrow? Or?
I mean, I was meant to meet her on like whatever day Friday is.
Wait, is
I was meant to meet. Oh no, never mind. Ignore me.
she's not usually late, is she?
No, it is the weekend. It's fine. There's more. Just for next weekend. A bit more.
So she's not been meeting you?
No, she has. Yeah, but we met like early in the week,
Mm.
so I might ask her to meet me like on the Sky's day
increase
or
this
Air's day,
fitting.
just so I can get the stuff in for the weekend.
Lovely.
For Star's Day and Moon's Day.
Sweet. I'll pass that on.
Cool. Yeah, you guys are in the tavern. They keep buying you drinks. They buy you like ales. You get a few nice ales. Someone actually goes like pretty much quick. Goes like, oh my god, where's all working today?
My top shelf.
Yeah, someone buys you like a very nice kind of dwarven brew. It's not as strong as the one you get for Fairburn, but it's like a very nice dwarven brew. It's pretty expensive as well. And they buy you like a full tank of that. The strong ale brew. It's about like a gold for the whole gallon. It's not much, but it's still,
Okay, I'm not quite understanding this. The chatting, the autographs, I get that. Why the buying of drinks?
That's what people do in pubs when,
Yeah.
when they want to.
I believe it is some form of influence. They wish to have agency in our direction.
What, of getting more drunk?
No, not quite. But if perhaps you were to be able to interact with the story of legend that you liked, you would like to be favourable to them.
Oh, hey, I bought Bahama a pint. Yeah,
Exactly.
Okay, I can see that.
How much would it be to buy put around in for like everyone who's in the thing?
like 30 gold.
Good
I know it's a weekend 50 gold.
Done.
Yeah, there's a big chair. And like a few minutes later, Quincy walks over, probably one of Quincy's staff walk over. This young, like, human, half-elven girl walks over. I've got a bottle for you. And kind of places this Zakemian bottle. It's a Zakemian special. You can see it's very fine red wine. And place it on the table with several glasses.
In the telepathic wand. Folks, are we about to be poisoned this evening?
Isn't that what alcohol is? Just a poison?
Yeah,
Are we about to be lethally poisoned by a guest?
Maybe.
potentially. I'm not drinking, but you guys go ahead.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Igneous is not going to answer that.
I don't think I have detect poison prepared.
Eventually, you all see
Yeah.
5 different coloured shots come over, and you see now Quincy's got like this display rack for this. You see a dragon's head, and in its mouth, where its teeth would be, are the shots. It brings over one of the dragon's heads. They're 5 different coloured shots, and each for a different chromatic dragon. Got red, green, blue, red, black.
That's cool. Are there any other like famous adventurers here or things like that we might know?
Yeah, there's some.
Okay.
And at some point, someone walks over, or someone brings over 5 large glasses, each filled with alcohol. They bring over a number hook for each of them,
Oh, blimey!
which is a pint of whiskey, brandy, and tequila in equal measures. Good luck.
Who is drinking Igneous's drinks at this point?
You
Is
So
everyone
that's-
see
Harris.
countless glasses just start, like countless full glasses just piling up in front of Odin as he's like,
Once it gets to this one, like this big one, Selban's gonna like trot over to the
actually.
bar and say, I don't think I can accept many more free drinks, Quincy. I don't particularly want the patrons to be offended by this, however.
It's okay.
Okay.
It will be fine.
I walk back.
Just in case getting paid.
Someone just dropped 150 gold on a fucking bottle of wine. Exactly.
I'll try and drink this Umber Hulk then, I guess.
Oh, it's like the strongest Long Island iced tea. If you
I'm
want.
gonna cast protection from poison.
No,
on
it's
you.
more like there's just straight
Ah,
up. tea
Selban
and
loves
whiskey and
cocktails, so this is right up his alley.
I'm gonna cast protection from poison on you.
Yeah.
If you are gonna drink.
It's literally a pint glass that's been shaken up with whiskey, brandy, and tequila. No mixer, just straight whiskey.
Oh,
brandy,
dear
tequila.
goodness. Selban takes a sip.
It is hard to drink.
Iggy's just gonna pick up another ginger ale. Because it's funny.
I'm gonna take some mint out of
1d4,
the bag and
isn't
put
it?
in.
Yep.
Odin will drink an ale, but he won't go to any of the strongest.
Just the day.
Is that? Someone also buys you a Pina Colossus, where you see this huge colossus-sized pineapple that's been hauled out, brought over to the table, and it's filled with like this rum and coconut cream, pineapple juice. And there are several straws sticking out of it.
I hate to be a downer, but this is getting a bit much, don't you think?
I did mention to Quincy that I don't think I can drink anymore, and he said something about okay.
You
I
guys
didn't
not
quite
finishing
understand.
your stuff?
Well, the last time I drank this much, I ended up in a coffin, about to go into a vortex.
Is Harris drinking?
Yeah.
I think
I'm going to stop Harris from drinking.
Cast protection from poison on Harris. Try and get drunk that way.
Actually, it only gives you advantage on the saving throw.
But if you wait till the restoration,
I'm not going to
it's
touch the...
fine.
I'll take a sip of the Colossus, but I'm not going to touch anything.
So as you take a sip of it, the actual pineapple itself shrink in size.
Can
I'm gonna
I
cast protection from poison on Harris?
start shoplifting our drinks? Any drinks that we're not drinking or don't want, I'm just gonna distribute around the tavern.
Yeah. Take them.
Like, hey, we bought you a drink.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's good. So, what do
Let the
you,
generosity be shared.
you
I
folks usually chat about in the tavern and such? The last time we had a talk in something like a space like this, we were in a rowboat for the Astral Sea, and it was my monthly review.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, that was quite awful. Anyway,
Didn't you die shortly after your monthly review?
yes. But
Welcome
I
to the
learned
crew.
valuable things whilst dead.
You did.
Such as.
Well, I went and visited Basher place, and then found out about history to do with them fighting the big asshole in the sky.
Did we really leave it that long to tell you about that?
Well, no, not quite. I got a little bits, but I found out some stuff myself. Oh, my... Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, just alcohol in my head and everything. So yeah, what do you folks usually chat about in the pub? I'm usually more of a library folks myself.
I
What's-
mean,
What's your favourite book you've read, Sylvan?
Oh, it's got to be something, I think Mr. Gallows, Mr. Gallows, 14th Manual of Hoof Maintenance.
Okay.
why?
Oh, I just absolutely, what's the word for hoof maintenance? Hang on. What's the farriers?
Farrier.
I'm just absolutely fascinated with the history of farriers and horseshoes.
Intense.
And I do a lot of running around, you know, so I have to take good care of them.
I think you and Norite would get along.
Who's not right?
The library keeper for the Two Planes Pack.
I see. And what is your favourite book, Igneous?
That's a good question. I mean, my granddad taught me how to play, so probably his whole book of sheet music.
Did we get anyone that comes up to us?
Right, but all fine, right? Look, what do
What do they want?
I just say hello. Somebody want to drink with you? An autograph?
Anyone want to dance?
Yeah.
I'll go dance with
Does
people.
anyone ask Selban for an autograph?
Yes.
He stands there and looks at...
You've done so
I don't quite
much
understand.
of recently.
What?
I don't quite understand. What do you mean?
Just sign this.
Just
Why?
Just sign your name in calligraphy on that.
I don't understand what document I'm signing up for.
That's not,
It's not a document.
What is the agreement?
It's not agreement.
I'm so
You just-
confused. Just that, please. I'm a big fan. I'm a favourite.
Your favourite!
Woo!
Selban takes out his thing and signs it, and then Diep floats out and does a little tiny signature as well next to it.
Cool. Thank you. And then it runs off.
Did I just sign a legal contract with the demon?
No.
Oh my goodness!
The cleric and the dragons ring.
I'm not lying. I don't know.
Servant of the hells.
I'm not lying. I don't know.
So you said you were dancing.
Yeah, I'll go dance with people who want to dance.
Yeah, you anything else you want to do during the evening?
I'll sign the underside of the table.
Sure.
Seldom was here.
I'm learning.
For some reason.
I mean,
to
I don't know
Quincy
if will be amenable to anyone who comes up to him and
Let's put something on auction the next week.
ask for autographs
like
or
underneath the
ask
table
questions.
where Selvin's been sitting is just like Banksy art for some reason.
So I think those of you that were drinking, make a con save for me.
Sure.
You get advantage on the save because I cast.
I'm
Oh,
fine.
thank you.
29. That was with the -3.
Con save.
I mean, within Oral Paladin, right?
Yeah.
25.
Right?
Oh my word!
Now on!
Not one!
Lucky!
Avandra. I love this.
Actually, that is a very good point. Avandra would like.
Avandra
The one
refuses.
roll I
Yeah.
didn't
You
want.
can if you want to, but like no in Avandra, like it's gonna be chaos.
Yeah, no.
And this is like fun and lively, and she'd be like, what happened?
If I feel the coin just kind of
The
that
coin didn't do it, but you know like Avandra, so
Yeah.
you'd have that thought in your mind. You can if you want to.
just the buzz of resistance of
Yeah,
oh
it's
no
really
wait
great
yeah no, this is
script.
really
No,
fun.
this is
Was
what we
it
make
DC
it.
10?
For you, yeah.
It was the one roll.
So you and you handle it. So then you're low DC unless how much you drinking?
I mean, what's been given to me?
Pretty much everything.
Yeah.
You got a 29.
Nine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Like,
yours is like a 10.
I have a +9 to con save. This is
I'm scared.
this is literally.
No, because he's been getting given drinks from left his bottle. We've had. We haven't drinking everything, but we've at least tried a bit of everything.
What's that? What'd you get into?
35.
Yeah, so I drank the first one I got given, I drank the Umber Hulk, and I drank a bit of the Pina Colada and a couple of other drinks that were given to me. But then I was like, maybe this is getting a bit too much, and I got 25.
Just
The
Can I
reason,
cast lesser restoration on myself?
no. The reason
you
I
get too drunk to realize?
the reason
Do you
I
turn it for me ever?
the reason that Erdan got drunk was when he went to the bathroom. I just like poured part.
Oh! You did only have the one ale.
You spiked in.
72.
I love how the one person who was drinking in moderation is the one who got
I
hammered.
get spiked.
I'm just gonna like look over it. I'm just gonna like,
Oh.
look over it and be like, you need to learn how to drink responsibly.
You're
But I only had
such
2
a jerk.
ales.
Yeah.
This is impossible.
You'd think you'd have a pretty good constitution, Erdan.
What do you roll?
I rolled
Not
not,
one.
72 on the D100.
Wait, we have that
Yeah, you
document.
got last.
Oh.
Let me see.
I read the first like 2 sentences.
Please say.
What is it?
Who would it be? Who does Erdan hate?
Oh
You're gonna wake up in bed by him.
Anything else you guys want to do during the evening before it all goes off the rails?
Do we think it's quieting down enough for us to open the window?
Yeah, go on.
What have I done? Have I sent a letter to someone?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, because only you're the one who you don't know until the morning, do you? Of course. Sorry. That's
Oh, I don't
that's why I was saying.
Well, you'll find out in a minute.
Who do I hate? I know it's about someone I hate,
It's painted.
but I don't.
Anything else you guys want to do during the evening, or do you all head to bed at a reasonable-ish time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Serban likes to get up early.
Curl up with Vanadium. On my days, I hope I don't end up waking up screaming. That'd be awkward.
You can all take a long rest, do you want to?
That's a 10!
Huh?
I think that's a take a long rest, isn't it? Is
no.
it 10 or below?
10 or above.
10 or below, you don't, yeah.
So I do, in fact, wake up screaming.
You wake up, scream down, and like, oh, what's going on? Now you're gonna get a short rest.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't use any spells.
So, but your thing doesn't go down by number, does it?
No.
Your
No,
raised dead.
my stuff doesn't go down.
You all wake up.
I'm okay to have already now.
Do you want me to make it for you? I'll get the ice and everything.
Yeah, just because I don't like going through other people's stuff.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do for.
You'll wake up, you know, all feel mostly okay. Bit of a hangover, not a major. Erdan, you wake up in like an alleyway.
For the second time today.
I'm sorry.
And you wake up in an alleyway near like Quincy's. I noticed paint like your left ass cheek. You kind of get a mirror and look, and there is a lifelike tattoo of Axel from the Golden Blade tattooed on it.
What? Can I make a? Can I
It was
make
me that pushed him into the tattoo shop.
history check? Just history
Minor
check.
illusions.
I'm basically what I'm trying to do is essentially if I make this history check, I know that it was me and my drunken idiocity that caused this.
You can
If
assume
I-
that.
But here's the thing, if I fail, I'm going to blame someone.
I mean, no check. It's up to you to roll out how you feel. Like. If you wake up with a hot hangover as well.
I'm more than happy to accept the blame of this.
Okay, I'm blaming someone. I'm going to roll a d6.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Harris is 5, 6 reroll.
Why would you blame Carol? You wouldn't do it.
It was random.
For not looking after him?
4.
Now, did Motus do it or not?
Actually, you do have a tattoo kit.
Yeah.
You might be the one that just did it.
It's the back alley tattoo from Motus.
Yeah, it was me
Cover that up.
Yeah.
And make my way back to the manor.
No.
that.
Yeah.
He's like my
Well, hold
finish.
on. Matt just said I got Memo to look at what happened.
Yeah, you found like a bit of broken glass on the floor.
I didn't hear that. I just thought the idea of me like finishing it and then his ass cheeks out. I'm like, that's good. That's done.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway.
Let's just canon.
I make my way back to the manor. I won't mention this to anyone.
Yeah.
Let's just canon the head on worst assless chaps.
Yeah. It's a new day dawns.
And you die.
A new day. I can't speak ever. A new day dawns. What is the plan today, Robert?
Changing spell.
I can't remember what we're doing next. Did we decide what we're doing next? You got an idea?
That's what we were doing next.
You?
That was the plan.
We're going to the tree.
Yeah. The plan was tree, so the plan was after the war's done, tree, sword.
Yeah. Hang on, let me have a look at our list of
Thank
things.
Mm.
Becca, you also are good at remembering.
Huh?
What are we doing next? I asked, and Adam said next plan was tree and sword.
I'm a tree and sword. Didn't want to check on anything in Sylvania. We've done the thing we were going to do in Takima. Do we need to check on your brothers at all?
There is something that I want to
Then
do.
sanctum.
There are the
Thing of things people
What,
are
the
going to
guy that was in charge of like Goldland and the
Yeah.
lord of that area.
Yeah.
Can I talk with him because you said he would follow me up on the money that I invested in?
Yeah, you can make a. You can book an appointment with them. Carrie, you get a sending actually that morning from the Grand Journal, which basically just tells you that once he's finished up next couple of days in Syria, sorting all the war out, he's going to make his way to the sanctum with a detachment of soldiers to bring, and then he'll start bringing more as time goes by. But it'll be a few days to get that first lot out. But yeah, you make your way. You can book an appointment with them.
When I get back to the manor, I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to just go to my room, not speak to anyone.
Yep.
I don't know why you got a limp.
I'll explain the nightmares to Vanadium and that I died again in the war. And I will also go and catch up with Glee, let her know about Quincy, check in on everything, just touch bases. Let her know that we're going to be redirecting some of the shipment up to the thingamajig.
Small.
I will.
Deliveries.
Can I borrow a sending scroll?
Yeah, sure. Hang on. I'll mark it off.
We also need to start making a town outside the sanctuary.
So, where's that? You do that first, you meet with Glee, easy enough. You find like the office, you've got the warehouse. You organise some more stuff to Quincy, and then you also redirect a bunch of the supply routes to the hidden sanctum. That's all sorted. It takes like 20 minutes and more just to get that sorted. That's all good. Carol?
I've got notes from Grand General. It's just that it'd be taking care of anything, any last little last little things need to do to start being a member of the War Council.
Yeah.
Just make sure, just check on everything, make sure everything's going right.
I do have one thing I would like to do.
I was just going to send in.
I just remembered.
I was sending Harness saying,
Yeah.
saying, shall we meet at Hidden Sanctum to discuss the next stage in dealing with Calisius before we commit?
You get a message back? Yeah, we'll make our way there now. We'll see you in a couple of hours, then unless you're not there, then we'll see you when you get there.
Yeah, I'll inform the party that my brothers are making their way to the Hidden Sanctum.
You make your way to the capital building. You see, he's there at the minute, he's finishing off some work, and he goes, oh, Mr. Lucas, yes, look, let's go have a chat. I said we wanted to have a little talk. He's like, come in.
I will walk in.
Thank you again, Kelsey John. I really appreciate everything you did. And when you provided for us, I had a big appreciation. Take it.
I will take the seat.
Sorry. What's that to just
I just wanted to mainly discuss, considering that I'm a private citizen investing within to the state, I just wanted to basically see what the plans were, see what was being rebuilt.
Yes, well, everything. We're going to, with the money we have, rebuild the docks first. That's going to take a large chunk of money. But your donation is going to really help fix the rest of it. And we will have enough money to rebuild back to where we were with a few additional refurbishments.
Renaming it Notice Town.
No, that sounds great. And I'm guessing that he works like through the plans of like stuff that we.
Yeah, he'll be. We're going to start with the docks and back to the city and stuff.
Moses will basically tell him like he wants like obviously he wants like return on it, but he's not like it's not greedy. Like set like a a decent money to like basically trickle money back into him because he's gonna fucking live forever.
So it could be a tiny amount, but because you're immortal.
Well, I'm not immortal, but like my dad was like fucking older than time.
Yeah.
So it's like I can get to that level on 2%. Do you know what I mean? It's like when Fry in Futurama has a nickel in his bank.
Yeah.
We'll probably pay you back like 150 gold a week. Once everything is like.
Yeah, that's fine. And there's starting off like a militia there.
Yeah.
And the statue that I wanted.
So.
I'll throw.
Is it a statue of you? Statue of you. Oh dear.
It's like
that Eagles Rock or the Lemon.
whichever the one is a cake. But it's not like it's Caro, but it's like like Captain America with a helmet, so everybody knows that it's quite Caro.
I'm gonna beat you to death with that statue, and then throw both of you in the ocean.
I know, but you have to go to the Cake City in order to see it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Beat you to death. Then wait a week when you're in hell, go and kill you there.
Good luck with that, buddy.
I'll just go for Ender of Time on it.
That's the thing
Yeah.
that ends everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one thing Karen do.
Yeah.
Go get his wages. Because I keep forgetting.
Yeah. So it'll probably be. This will be like redefining the economy as compared to make it very different.
It's weird that we're doing it like that.
Hmm?
It's weird that we're doing it like that. Oh, but like,
2003.
So
Testing your dice.
Start realising that football players are more accomplished adults than you.
maths really quick. It's just
There we go.
three.
I love that that's a sentence in my notes.
What's the sentence? Erden has the actual tattooed on his left arse cheek.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's in my notes now. Immortalised. Unless I lose.
So
anything.
why are you working
So
on it?
you get 2,100 gold.
Very nice.
So we had a bunch of people we were thinking about contacting, which was the Bloody Cutlass, the Seven Sanctums, the Fey Wilds, maybe Resling Esteban, talking to Renaissance MAU, the Golden Blades, the Crux, Bogo's Tower, and Khalid.
Oh yeah, Bogo's Tower. We can do that at some point.
Yeah. Do we want to do that before the burning tree?
Do we need to?
I don't think so. We can
We
go.
did promise him.
I'm happy
Karen's
with
the
it.
wrong one to try and work this out.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard the plan was Bogo going getting his body back. With the fact he's been dead for millennia, would that kill him?
Make a con check.
Karen's up as well. 17, 18. No. Yeah, 18.
There's a good chance that if it brings him back normally, that he might start starving to death quickly, or age might affect him. Like in the astral scene, when you come back, you can get affected by time. There's a chance that might happen, but you're uncertain of the segments of his head being.
Like, I'm immune to that now.
You are, yeah. We could.
You can still age him.
We could take the
Yeah.
tower to the astral sea.
Let's not mess with time too much.
That's an after campaign thing.
So I'm up for doing Bogo's Tower next, and then going to that island and checking out the tree.
Whatever.
I was gonna say I think Adam has been waiting a while to do this. And if for an opportunity, I think we should just go.
also drank off the tower first.
You can have the tower craft.
No.
So
It's still be done though.
if we're gonna vote, I would say I don't know if we are or not, but I was just like I would say let's go do the thing because Salban's also interested in what's on that island.
Yeah.
Because there's potentially some better stuff there.
That makes sense.
We still do the tower, it's just not. It'll be slightly different to what the plan would be. What's the plan? Say about it.
Let's go and burn that free.
Yep.
Yeah. Before we leave the city, though, I would like to talk to Clarina now that she is the.
She's a bit busy.
Then I would like to leave her a note.
She'll leave her a note, yeah.
Requesting a formal meeting with the head of the Canis tribes to discuss the reintegration into Sildaria.
Catherine was drinking with us. I just remembered that.
She did come to the pub, didn't she? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, we would have had chats with her as well, and she would have been drunk.
She's fine.
She probably outmeets by Gerda.
6 shouldn't be Catherine.
Oh yeah.
No, she wasn't 8.
You said she's fine.
Yeah, she gets drunk.
Oh, she's just having fun. If Tree, I will mention to the party that we should head to the Hidden Sanctum first to meet with my brothers about it.
We do need them with us. Or we should go there, go to the sanctum, and then go to the tree.
Okay, I will teleport us outside the Hidden Sanctum.
But we've got a...
We got a stone outside.
Can't go inside just yet while everyone's still
Yeah.
Everyone's there. Cool, I think he's doing this.
Yeah, but we can teleport outside.
You can put him through the door.
So 90.
Perfect. You appear. And when is just the party going? Just you guys and Harris. You all appear outside the sanctum. Make your way inside. You see, a bit of a clean-up's gone on now in the last few days. They've kind of tidied the main foyer area, set up some basic, chairs, a bit of a mess area in the entrance while they're kind of excavating the rest. You see Angren's there with the dwarven architect, and they're kind of going through some extra plans. And you hear like the sound of breaking stone, kind of further into the left where that doorway that collapsed was. They're kind of being excavating that area there.
Well, we're going to do this now.
Any recommendations what the task is?
My airship should be done.
Pardon?
My airship should be done.
You want to take it with you?
Should be. It's been like 3 weeks. They said
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah, to fully custom build an airship.
That's not very big.
I'll tell you the date when it's ready. If you've got the date, it will be ready. The date is currently the 7th of early late. It will be ready on the 28th of February, so next month. In the next month.
Oh, can't bombard them.
I'm sure.
We should be sure that everything that we want done at this point is done.
What, there's a bunch of contacting people to tell them where to go. Just extra steps.
We are building out the sound outside.
But we can't exactly make that go any faster.
No, we can't.
Let us consult with my brothers to see what they think.
There in the sanctum, you see Talon walking on, so you're guessing they're probably here. We actually do hear an illustrator kind of shouting with the dwarves and in the excavation area, he's kind of helping them a bit. Probably for Eshe, you probably see he would be.
That's what it was. The equipment for the fucking great sword for smoke.
Yes, that arrives in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, sorry. Let's think of it today, right?
We do shit too quickly and too slow at the same time.
The thing is, like, normally that would have been like, oh yeah, we've got the stuff now. Now you're doing things. It's only been since you've killed Vescal. Been less than a month since you killed Vescal.
Oh my goodness.
It has been 7, 14, 25 days since that fight.
Nice.
I'm happy with that.
Good going.
Salvan's appreciative of this.
Like I said, when the balls start trolling, start trolling. This is the wrong music.
Started off alright and it was like dramatic
Yeah.
negotiations.
We're probably going to fight this tree?
I believe so.
Potentially.
Agents of Calisius.
Mhm.
I have a fuck-off bomb.
Nice. I'm thinking I'm going to be more helpful on magic attack than defense. So I'm going to come with boosted spell DC rather than boosted defense. Does that make sense to everyone? Is everyone okay with that?
Nope. I can't find this unloaded.
Because a shield gives me advantage on magic saves, and we'll be facing a lot of those, but most of my magic saves are pants. And I don't think the advantage will tip me over the edge.
I'll get you back up again.
Thank you, Sir.
Did you look for Hart from the track? Actually.
Yes.
Fine. Actually, he's probably kind of tending to the trees, but he's nature-based, but not as much as you are. Probably just communing with her. He goes, brother from House, it's good to see you. How have you been?
Well, it's been eventful the past few days, but the time is approaching.
Yes, indeed.
As you can see, we have been able to claim this place to help us.
Yes, it is a marvelous place. I look forward to exploring it.
Indeed. It is quite a place, quite ancient magics in it.
Yes, well, I was thinking of maybe help with I heard some mention of a town outside.
Yes.
I could help with that. The excavation is not really my expertise, but travel is a part of my talent, and I could help with a path.
If you could do
Some
so,
enchantments that aid our people moving up and down.
that would be a
I
great
will
benefit.
get on that immediately.
If we certainly want to help our people get here, and that town is going to help to accommodate our allies, but we also want to have some defences along the way as well to prevent the forces of Calisius getting here so easily as
Yes,
well.
I could do something that allows our allies to travel with greater speed, but slows down our enemies.
That would be a
Some
great
manipulation of the weather in the area.
That would be of great benefit.
A cool breeze and then good clear skies for travelling up, and if any enemies come, a harsh downfall of rain, heavy winds, high temperatures.
That would certainly do it.
Lightning as well.
I assume Illustrator is somewhere around helping.
Yes, he's
us.
with the dwarven architecture, just ahead. I would go investigate this path now.
I kind of
Yeah.
grab him before he goes.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, there's something else we need to talk about.
Yes, of course.
We probably need both of you together.
Very well.
Am I correct?
I mean,
That's what the
that's what I told them, that we wanted, that
Yes.
we should meet before we decide to kick things off.
Oh, yes, sorry.
we wanna continue what needs to be done.
Yes. Brother Illustrator was very unclear about over here.
Oh. I assume
Yeah,
he's like, oh, yeah, I
We
suppose
need
so.
to set fire to the tree.
This is how cheating is.
Okay. Yes, if that's what we think is the right next step.
Or at least from the visions that Caro has seen, there are figures standing around the tree that we believe is the one in the prophecy when it is finally lit, and it certainly seems that some of those figures are us. Is the number of figures increased when we found Illustrator?
Perhaps, yeah. I have not seen this vision myself or know too much of this prophecy, but I know it is the next step. I have faith in you know what you're doing. I do still have some sailors positioned near the island. I can get to them quite easily with a spell.
And that might be handy for traveling. Is it just yourself who could do that, or could we
It is a word of recall I can bring for you with me.
Ah. That could be useful.
So we were planning on going quite soon, actually.
Yes, well, whenever you're ready, I can take a few of you and have to come back and do it again.
Fantastic. Okay. This is why we also wanted to tell Harness.
Yes, I will go and find out, brother. And he kind of walks in.
Well, I was going
You
to
go
go
for
as well.
Yeah, you go for it. And you head into like the chamber where you saw the steps, then go up to the next layer. And you see there's like a whole kind of construction site built up here. A bunch of dwarves kind of putting on some helmets, getting some pickaxes, coming in now. Harness is kind of very stepped out. Seems to be a clearing a lot of room for magic, kind of like shaping the stone into a tool so that the dwarves can go in and reposition, move things, build. You kind of see you all walks out. Ah, brothers, is everything alright? You told us to come straight away.
Indeed, it is time to discuss about the next step.
Yes, what are we, I'll be back in a bit, gentlemen. Continue. Yes, what's the plan?
Well, let us go somewhere where we can sit down and discuss, just to make
Alright.
sure that we are ready. Obviously, once we start this, there is no going back.
Very well, let's go somewhere.
You can take one of the fucking private rooms.
Mhm.
Clear a room pretty easily as well. Is there anyone else you want in this conversation? What did you get? You've got all Talons here,
I mean,
Erwin's here.
I like Talon.
it's men. See, the thing is, Moses is a stickler for this prophecy. Because to him, he thinks it has to, it literally just like plays out
Mm-hmm.
and Calisius does himself in.
Yeah.
That's his mindset.
I mean, that's Erdan's kind of mindset as well, that this has to happen.
Yeah, so considering that it was Kara that said like it's all of us and Edan's sibling, like in Edan's two siblings, he would advise against it.
So just the ones in the prophecy in the room. I'll follow that logic because I have no other thoughts other
Yeah,
than
like he's just you know, he's got a bit of OCD.
yeah. I won't disagree with that. You present a logical argument, so Sevan likes it.
Yeah. It's not that like don't think anybody else should know about it, but like if we're deciding to do it,
Mm-hmm.
it should be us.
Mm.
So we've basically gone into a room with them. Sat around looking.
Well, when do we think that it's going to be the best time for it?
I do not know. I mean, perhaps whenever we're ready.
32 minutes?
Heroes Feast.
We can do that.
Is there anything that anyone has that anyone is currently waiting for that we think should be allowed to complete before we actually do this?
That's a good point.
That's sort of what I was thinking would be the first thing to discuss, to make sure that we are indeed fully ready to start this.
Other than the fact that I'm currently making a really cool staff for myself, I hope. No. I'm ready to go.
That's what other stuff
Yes.
I just realised we said that we brought Vanadium and Hawthorne here already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just checking. Yeah, I realised that I said, oh yeah,
Um,
I'd hang out with Vanadium. I
What
wouldn't because he'd
does
be in the
everyone
centre.
think then? Because I'm okay to go now.
Is there anything that can we think of to do before I would beat the sword? What the sword is can't be done until this is done. So
Yeah. Or anyone else? Because the only things really is like the sword that's being made for Smartphone in the airship. That's it.
Plans all trade deals and settlements and stuff like that.
there could potentially be something about how that's going to operate with it as well.
Well, we've got the
We
password.
know how to get into it, but
You
So-
can
Yeah.
just get into it. You can do that.
Could try and hunt down Jeremiah beforehand. I've still got-
I think he's at Castle Darkman.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is.
We could pull him into another plane. I've got some of his stuff.
Yeah, but last time we tried messing with plane stuff there, they did weird stuff to us.
That is true.
I'm trying to get off the granite.
I don't think she's
it's worth the time.
cosmic
to-
scale.
The thing is with her, as soon as shit hits the fan, she's gonna go into hiding. She's not gonna be one to play a part in this. This is too above board for her.
We assume.
I mean, if she's in the way, she's going to get put down.
Tempted to let Leah know at least where we are so that she can be our ace in the hole.
I'm ready to punch this ticket.
Saban, I suppose I'll say, I don't 100% know what we're doing here. Do we know what we're doing here? Other than vague prophecy.
Not enormously.
Not enormously, no.
Were you able to, when you sailed out there, actually, were you able to find much out about it, or?
There is very little on this island. The island itself is more like a mountain per se. You climb high, and then at the top there is this clearing with a single tree. It is an elderwood tree. I know that for certain. But apart from that, I'm not really the nature expert. I don't really. I tried to commune with the tree, but it didn't seem to commune back. Not that it didn't want to, just that it maybe wasn't its purpose.
Can I make would this be a nature check on elderwood trees? What I'm wanting to figure out is if elderwood trees can be associated with particular gods.
Yeah, you know that already. You know that with the last check made, you know that certain gods can create them. They always kind of appear for us from a celestial shard. Right. That's been planted by a god or an angel or something. Or there's an area that's kind of enchanted on and they kind of go from there. Each one, they're all very much the same, but their personalities sway depending on kind of who created them. So one to say Malora would be very much with a kind of imbuing nature, growth. One to say fucking God, say Bane. No, Bane, that's how Born in the darkness. It'd just be really dark.
The leash is covered like one side.
Your body.
It's just like
Never actually seen that film.
One to say Helm.
Yeah.
It would be protection, so it'd be a lot more kind of like the tree would be sturdier, and you could take cuttings of it to make like sturdy armor. Thunder, it would kind of renew the ground as well. And help
so
grow.
Based on that knowledge, can I make I suppose this would be a history check to see if Calisius ever planted one, and
you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, right?
It's not like a known fact.
Oh shit. With the way the way he's describing the tree, good to work out what god it was connected to by the description.
Not really. The way he describes it is as just an elderwood tree. His description. His description would be it has long branches, but that's like the only really standing feature.
Did it look alive or dead?
It appeared alive. It was a healthy elderwood tree.
Do you have the name of the mountain, island, whatever that it's on?
Yeah, it doesn't really have a name. It's just an island in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, could try attempt to research it, like, see if they significance to the island.
Do you need legend lore?
I need a name of it.
That's a good point. Before we go there, we could see if the Zakimans have anything in their historical tales or records about this island.
Yes, perhaps, yeah. I did some research while I was there. I couldn't find anything myself, but I was only looking for a location, not necessarily history.
I'm gonna attempt something. It's not I haven't got the spell to let me do it properly, but I'm gonna try and work it as another spell.
Okay, what are you thinking?
I want to try and speak with plants-ish to talk to the tree that's in the sanctuary.
To be honest,
sanctum.
I was having the same idea to speak to that.
You can commune with it. We can walk up to it and telepathy commune with it.
Yeah.
As long as it like she was not really like no, but yeah, you guys can commune with it.
I was going to attempt to use like plant growth to try and get a connection to it.
No, you can grab a connection. You're an ally of the tree. We'll commune with you.
I've chatted to it before.
So I'm just gonna. It's a long shot. I'm just gonna try it. See if it knows anything about that other tree.
The tree. I do not. It's.
Let's just tell about. I'll show him the vision.
Unfortunately, I do not know. It is out of my roots. It is not connected to. Who the fuck planted this one, Laura? Hello. Yes. It is not a tree of Pelor. I do not recognize it. It is a healthy tree. It stands in the ocean. I do not know. Unfortunately, it is not. It's not one of my sibling trees.
Ask what's the purpose of our road trees.
Yes, well, like I told you last time, we are here to provide a divine spark of magic in the land. We protect, we defend, we share wisdom.
there significance to where the adult trees are like planted?
Typically, if they are planted by a celestial being, we are planted near a town or within a sanctum, or an area that needs protecting or warding. This one is in the middle of the ocean with nothing around. I don't understand.
What size? What size is the? Hang on, sorry, brain. What geography is the island?
So it's basically a kind of it's more like a large rock, with
Yeah.
a flat top of the tree on like a kind of slightly raised point.
Yeah, ask it if it knows if this tree was planted more recently than.
It's outside the route. I'll give it a shot, but
I do not know, but it appears ancient, as do most.
So has actually seen the island?
Yeah, he's been.
Could I ask him to draw it for me?
He'll do
Sorry,
it.
Matt.
Piece of paper. I'll draw it real quick. Piece of paper and a pen. And then see my amazing art skills. Paper.
Oh, you got one.
Thank you.
and there's a pen in here somewhere. There should be. I'll pop one in there because I lost my pencil.
Someone's just had a thought, but he wants to see if it's stupid or not.
Thank you. So, very basic kind of drawing of this. Very basic drawing.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
say that attack something or this rock could be a
That's
person
behind
or
us, the
something.
tree.
Okay, so
I'll do that.
no, that's all I needed actually. Selban is going to say, I have a suspicion. You don't have to live with it.
It's my face, alright.
So, hang on, these folks here, they don't know about our spirals, do they?
No.
But no one else can see them,
Yeah,
can
no
they?
one else can see it. Only people who've been.
Only
can see
you
it.
can only see your own as well.
We can only see our
You
own.
can only see it when you notice it when it first appeared,
Yeah.
but then unless you're like actively, you don't see it unless you're like actively looking at it, you don't see it. You don't yourself, like it's on your arm and see it until you're actually like, oh, there's a symbol there. Like a perception.
Mine's on my back,
Yeah.
so I never see it.
So I will say, the place where we received some markings, which I don't think you folks know about, I believe might fit inside that island. I explored it quite thoroughly after I died, and it was pyramidal in shape. And that island looks like it could surround a pyramid.
Well, didn't you say it was seemed to be leaking from the roof there?
It was dripping from the roof. And on top of the roof is an elderwood tree.
You think that island could be?
I imagine you can move the discussion from private chamber to
Yeah.
the main trail. Yeah, they've kind of cleared the room a little bit.
Yeah,
People have gone back to work.
Do you think that island could actually be the Sanctum of Vesha?
indeed.
And that tree then would be,
Protecting the shard of Calisius trapped inside,
or it was
And
planted
Vesha.
by Vesha.
to regrow again.
We don't have anyone with us who'd be able to take on another shard other than Karen.
So that's another.
Selban will also say that he's got
So,
very interesting mark from Vesha, who remind you he's got different symbols to you folks.
I'm thinking more if his shard is in there, his followers are going to try and get it.
Oh, you mean Calisius's?
Calisius's.
We need to grab Calisius.
Is it safe to have a vessel for
I don't know if he's got a
Calisius's
shard in there, but there was a lump of moon rock in there that I found.
Make a religion check.
Who is this?
Anyone.
Anyone?
I'll make that.
I'll assist her then. I'll assist you.
Same roll.
Who got higher than 11? Sorry, no. But
Five?
I'm on 14 at the minute.
you're on 14? Okay, that's good.
Uh,
And then I can...
is connected to.
Yes. In fact, make a check.
So 14
20.
plus 7.
27.
So you're all thinking about this, and you're kind of like, well, that's a good idea. Let me flip through the books if I know anything. You know that if a god wants to take a shard from you, their shard from you, they can or will.
Oh,
They can be like, you have my shard,
Right.
I'm having it back.
fair.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just snap fingers, boom. They're in the power.
Something that we need to be aware of, because I think
So
that's
that's
going to
And
what
happen.
you know it's better like
Right,
you watch,
then.
you're really like.
If you're right, Selva,
Mm.
and the tree is guarding Calisius' shard, then destroying the tree would allow Calisius to regain his shard.
If he regains another one... Oh, there's a thing to say
Yeah,
there.
definitely.
If he regains another one, does he not ascend to godhood again?
He will. But we always assumed that was going to be inevitable.
This is like at a push.
Mhm.
Considering things,
Mhm.
isn't it not possible, like a part of what happened, that there is a possibility that I might be able to take on a second, even if it's briefly?
It's a potential. Yeah, you can maybe do it. Anyone can try and do it. It's just it's not really. Mortals aren't meant to have that much power.
Yes, I know. But
He's right. But you know, like I say, he can just snap his fingers and take the shot.
no, I know. I'm not talking about like necessarily Calisius's.
Mhm.
I'm just saying in general, because of things that have been done,
It's a possibility.
I'm not quite at that point.
Yeah, it's an option. It's one of the things you could do. The effects that would have on you and how it would affect you. Again, no one's ever done it.
I don't. I bought it. I'm just looking at 1.1. That's all I'm gonna say.
Fair.
What about Kara's ability to do? Because I can go Devil Hulk, so.
I mean, that's even more.
But that's not mortal.
Yeah, but
That thing
that's
doesn't die.
that's the Hulk.
Yeah.
All questions you don't answer good ones you've done before.
I'm just making a point that it is a possibility for me, but that is like extreme circumstances. So it need be. It need be. Like if someone fucking dies and somebody has to take it, so somebody else, so it's them, someone.
You mean Vesha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna try.
That's fair. But yeah, I will make the connection that the destruction of the tree will allow Calisius his shard back if Salvan's theory is correct that a shard of Calisius is being held in. If Calisius' theory is correct that this island is basically the tip of Vesha's sanctuary and that within it is a shard of Calisius being held under lock and key, and that tree is basically the lock that is holding everything in there.
Sometimes. See, the thing is, I like that theory, but a tree burning always leads to rebirth.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the beginning of Vesha's coming back.
Yeah.
Like.
But just because you were out of the room.
Okay. Yeah.
If for any reason we're going for Vesha's shard
Mhm.
and you're dead,
Yeah.
there is a possibility that I can take it just for a short time.
Okay.
So nobody else gets it.
Yeah, that's sensible.
Although it might completely kill me.
Why would Motus be able to do that?
Reasons.
More. Okay. Sure. Okay.
You saw part of the reason outside Sanctum.
Pardon?
Technically, that's.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know.
Oh, sorry.
Tie all your stuff around that.
Are we
Yeah.
leaving today? Are we thinking of leaving today? Because Motus and I are still recovering from being dead.
If this is to be such a potential pivoting point, we should make sure we are ready.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm ready to go whenever. I don't know when I got back up.
Well, we could still take a day to research in Zakima to see if they have any information about this island, and then, as Urshayi said, we have a way for some of us to quickly get close to that.
And therefore, else first we can get past the Aphrodites.
And that is also true. Actually, that was another question. When Calisius' forces attacked you and ambushed you,
Yes.
did this happen on the island or near the island or?
They teleported aboard our ship and attacked.
What forces exactly attacked you?
Several cultists, a few death knights. Who else? This figure in a moon mask, a bit broken.
Jeremiah, the Riser,
The Moon Waker.
the Moonwaker.
The OG bad guy.
They were probably on the island, and when they saw your ship, they could teleport by just simply pointing to it.
We were there for a few days and being sent a message by Jason. Oh no.
I mean, I already did.
Yeah. What did we send to me?
Don't worry about it.
You wouldn't be able to rest.
I know. But long term stuff.
Oh, well, long term, so yeah, you can definitely.
How many minuses is Ziggy at?
3.
You're at 3
I
minuses.
couldn't long rest last night.
Okay, and how many minuses is Motus at?
2.
2.
Do we have anything that can heal?
Speaking of like 3 days,
Written res, I think.
Mm.
I think.
Yeah.
it's 3 days till. Sorry, it's 2 days till the hammer's finished. Hammer's just the hammer field.
Oh.
I'm not really well.
A +3 Warhammer for them.
Okay.
Just to upgrade to melee weapon because I don't use a
Well,
stuff.
I guess like, do we want to just punch the ticket now?
I think that it is useful to have this space where we cannot be overheard. Clearsius is quite the schemer. I do not think he'd expect us to go straight from nowhere to there. Perhaps. Does that make any sense?
Yep.
Yeah. Caro, just to verify that my memory is correct. Your vision of the island.
Yes.
You saw figures that we interpreted were us.
Yes.
But if I remember correctly, you also said there were other figures there that we interpreted as.
Others on the other side of the tree.
So the vision will play off. It kind of changed every now and then. Nothing significant to worry about. Just kind of the extra thing appearing. So the vision you see shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any NPCs you'd want to take with you.
I think Talon appeared at one point.
Yeah.
I think he
He
did appear when he got the shard.
Yeah.
That came up.
And your two brothers.
brothers.
So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 figures. On like your side, you picked it yourselves, and then there were 1, 2,
Is
3.
it a race to who lights the tree?
If it was, it'd be the.
There are 14 figures on the other side.
What if we're thinking about this one? Like, if they're there, if other people are there, what if they could burn the tree at any point? What if they're there to stop us?
Yeah,
So, like, it might not house anything to do with Cleisius. Like, they don't want that tree burned, otherwise they would have done it by now. There's no logical
he's
reason
not
why.
ready to move forward. He doesn't really follow logic though, does he?
He needs mad.
Maybe he needs a certain amount of power on the island for anything to happen.
We've got to fight 14.
I'm gonna speak to the elder tree.
Cersei's going to be there.
I'm going to say to him. I'm going to ask him. Are you aware of the Ithic prophecy?
I am not.
I'll explain to him. Already it's a prophecy concerning the return of Calisius and the potential end of the gods. We are currently two of the first steps have already come to pass. The next step regards this elder tree that we have been talking about. The prophecy states that it will burn. And what does it take to burn an elder tree?
Good question.
Immense, incredible power it takes to destroy an elderwood tree. Fires from the pits of hell, reinforcers from divine beings, powerful arcane magics.
How powerful? I assume that low-level magic would not be able to do such a thing.
No, low-level magic is not effective. We're looking at the most powerful of magics.
Magic's beyond the capability of mortals, or
Not beyond, but of the most powerful mortals.
Nice level spells.
or at least 7th level by storm.
We can burn it.
Depends a bit on the burn, not just the eyes of this tree is all burning.
I want to burn this tree. Have
You tried doing that once before and it nearly killed us.
I, as I said before, was told multiple times to continue. So I did my job. And everybody else was like, it's fine.
You can make Arcana checks as a group, trying to figure out what kind of power it can need.
I've got all the power.
8.
6.
My goodness.
Did you roll on that one?
No, we're 3.
Oh.
20.
Alright.
He's still going to get like 30.
7 plus my arcana. My arcana's not that high. Are we going today?
Plus 13.
7.
I think it makes sense to wait for the hammer.
Okay, so
At
20,
least
so
'cause it's
27.
not- and then you'll be full rested and I'll only have a minus 1. Assuming I rest.
The hammer's just for me as a melee weapon, but I don't really go into melee. It's just an upgrade to something I already have. So
So most of you don't know. You're thinking you're going to need a very high level spell, probably like 9th or above in terms of like casting, or a very, very, very powerful smite, kind of like a smite angel can do, like a solar smite. More than what most of you are capable of. Infernal and Hellfire could do it, but you need to play a focus bit, a lot of it, not just like casting of it. Same thing for yourself. When you know it's going to need, from the sound of this and what you know of magic, very high level magics, a very powerful being's attack, or you know there are like magical effects such as silvery fire would do it from the wand. That's something that could do it. Yeah.
What is silvery fire?
It's basically the kind of raw force of magic.
Okay.
that's actually another point.
We need to get that one back.
Well, if Calicia's forces are going to be there, the wand is.
It's a new day.
It's a new dawn.
Are you going to DI to get the wand?
I'm thinking another DI to get the one back.
Wasn't that be a clash of divine wills though?
Yes.
It's worked before.
It worked before, but those
First
were
DI.
different times, and even then, it was a struggle.
First DI roll of 1 sent in Silting Celestia.
And from what I'm aware, Calicius himself has attuned to it.
Oh shoot.
And we'd have to break his attunement, but I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but I don't think that's a particularly easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Erwin's in the building, right?
Yep.
I just need to talk to someone. I'll come back in. I'll step outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and find Erwin. Say, excuse me, Erwin. I was just having a meeting and I regarded just a little bit of arcane knowledge.
Yes. Sorry, you can't stand by. We've been casting a spell, like doing the ritual.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't
No,
mean to.
you're fine. I just mean 1 moment. Draws a few more symbols. Actually, hold for a while.
How would one recreate silvery fire without the wand of arcana?
Oh goodness. It's quite the question.
I was just mulling it over myself.
We'll make a check. So he knows.
You should have more information.
Can I
on
possibly
this.
assist him or not?
You can. Oh.
He wasn't really a guy to get information from.
Unless we attempted to resurrect him.
I mean, he'd have a penis again, so he'd be
27.
Nice.
There are
What?
a few ways. Very powerful magical beings can have it. It's not really something a mortal could cast. More a wizard could learn how to do it. Powerful wizards such as the Magi, the leaders of Sense Sanctum. But apart from that, nothing that can really control it. The one that focuses its power.
Just a quick hypothetical. It takes would a large chunk of charred Aberoth perhaps be able to gather a spell and a similar effect?
Perhaps within the realms of Aberoth, it's not something I know personally of. From what I typically know, Aberoth normally enhances a spell.
Yes.
If you have enough of it, a powerful enough caster, you may be able to transmute the energy from the spell to magical force. But again, to control its direction and its impact is another skill in itself.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Of course, excuse me, and he kind of goes back to probably adjusting the arc. It's like an old big chamber with loads of runes. Probably like the main chamber they control the runes. Okay, and you're kind of changing what's the symbols on the strap.
Yeah.
Carving, recarving, drawing. It's taking a little while to really get it.
Also, is away talking to Erwin, I will say to him, our sister's probably going to be there.
I imagine we can deal with that when we get to it.
Indeed.
I'm all for throwing a hammer in her face.
It means must.
Well, perhaps you should try and reason with her before we go to violence. Find out why she did this.
If we will be given the opportunity, as Kara's vision stated, there'll be a lot of them.
And then perhaps we bring more with us to help.
Sorry, what did you say, Matt?
Perhaps we bring more with us to help.
Perhaps.
And what if I've got Amber off and I use it and channel Hellfire through it?
So Zeltman will come back and tell what we know about that and his plan, but he's not sure if it's going to work. Is if we can't recreate, it's very hard for a mortal to do that. We have access to large quantities of Aberoth because we have a mine, which can essentially be a magical battery. We could spend time charging up a large chunk of Aberoth and then unleash it on the tree. That's just his idea.
I'm just making a point as well that what if I'm the one to cast it and use Hellfire charged by the Aberoth?
I do not know. That might work. It is unknown to me.
Well,
I do
what's
think
what's your best guess?
I do think you have raised a good point, Marcus. Why haven't they burnt the tree immediately? Why wait? If it is because they don't want it, they don't want the prophecy to progress now, then doing it sooner rather than later may be a better option if they themselves are not ready.
Honestly, what we have.
Someone goes into his bag and pulls out a bomb this big.
I don't know how.
I'm not entirely sure this will be big enough. It's the size of like 2 beach balls.
That's quite big.
Matt,
Yes.
that bomb that I bought from Renee Stone.
Maybe. It's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
It's a giant bomb.
You do have the napalm as well.
It's holy.
Bless the bomb.
Could you make it unholy?
I prefer it to be holy.
Yeah, but can you make? Do you think you could make demonic
Unholy napalm.
unholy napalm?
Probably.
We've got the recipe. Good to make more.
We might want to do that. If we're wanting to set something on fire, napalm seems like
I
a
mean, it
good
will
reason.
figuratively burn, but it might not actually burn itself.
Yeah.
Does that matter? If it appears to be like burning in a narrative
That
context,
Probably does. It probably does matter.
the actual tree is
What
burning.
about, like I said, any ideas on what will happen if I'm using Aberoth to charge up Hellfire?
I would have to. What is your hellfire?
It's just Hellfire, it's fire from the hells.
Matt, what do I think would happen there?
Like before, if it's a powerful enough source of it, it would have it.
Okay.
Just put channel through.
Yeah, with Aberoth again, if it can channel that and make it more powerful, then yeah, potential.
I'm just gonna be like a fucking conduit. It's not the first time I've been a conduit of the fucking
Would
weave.
have to get a piece of Aberoth for you to test it on.
Yes.
So it means we wouldn't be able to really do this today.
No. But I'm just leaving it as an option.
Do we have any Aberoth delivered here yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's go get some. Okay.
We can easily go and get some.
I would potentially like quite a large amount, just in case we need a large amount. I don't know much about the Aberoth mining, how that's going there.
We can easily go to the mine.
Just nick some.
Yes.
Well, it's our mine, right?
They're gonna be like, oh, but that's the first shipment out, and they're like, yeah, but
We were going to use it anyway.
mine.
Does anybody else have any ideas?
Nope, that is literally the
That's
one
all.
idea I've got.
That sounds like a good idea to get us to the requisite power.
Oh, the Sultan's not primordial. Never mind. I had an idea.
The only other thing that we could do to make sure that it's actually safe
It can
is
like channel.
to go after the one.
It's to what?
It can be used
To go after the one
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah.
You mean Storm Castle Darkmoon?
Yeah. That's the only other thing that I can think of doing.
Castle Darkmoon, though, is we know it's heavily guarded.
Isn't our intelligence on it somewhat lacking?
Well, we got summoned there a while ago when Calisius negotiated for the wand itself.
Yeah, it was lovely.
That was
It was teeming with Death Knights,
and
as well as or Moon Knights, as well as with devils and Cerseus was there and Jeremiah.
yeah, I really messed
And
up
that's assuming that
with that.
whichever form has the wand is going to be there.
I think walking into there by ourselves might be a death trap.
Would be too worse.
Not sure we have.
I mean, the abyss was pretty awful, but that was mentally worse. So I'm going to go and fetch some Aberoth. Can someone direct me?
Yes. We'll go to them and pick some up.
It's not clear to my brothers, I'll say them. I think we're not going to go right now. I think we're going to make some preparations first.
Very well.
Probably tomorrow.
Potentially, depends how long it takes for you to
Get this working. I think test it once today, then probably go tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe two. No. I mean, I don't know if there would be much in Zakima on this island. If it's just as unassuming as a rock with a tree on top. I mean, it's got no name. You'd imagine that if the Zakima found it significant enough, they would have named it.
Yeah. Kara, you've been rather quiet. Do you have any ideas?
I haven't had an idea for something else.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes a lot. It's going to be expensive to do. And it'll take some time to make that as well.
So we could potentially go and do a bit of research there as well.
Potentially.
Yeah. So did you want to do this today, go research tomorrow, then go do the tree the next day? Or we could even do research on that day, and then if we don't find anything, go to the tree. But we're going to have to be hawking around a big blob of Aberoth with us. So...
I had a thought, and it's escaped me.
Is it being dispelled by the heat?
Maybe. Yeah, Erden's now a bit more uneasy given what Motus has brought up, that they could have burnt the tree at any point. Like, Calisius is certainly powerful enough to do that if that is to happen. Unless he wants us to be there so he can gloat at us as he burns the tree and be like, "Aha, the prophecy is unstoppable now! My armies will rise and take over the world!"
Collects us 3 miles away from Scotland. No, it's not.
Right.
I mean, in Erden's mind, that was sort of what was going to happen, because it'd be like some big ceremony for Calisius, like the coming of the full return of him, and it's just one big ceremony. But if Kara's vision is of like 14 of what appear to be Calisius' followers there, then
Do we want more people? Anyway, I'm teleporting to the mines.
Yes.
With Motus, I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
Buddy system.
That's
You've never been to the mines?
No.
No, but I have. Did we go and sort that out?
We went to our camp to Salter and go to the mine itself.
Ah.
Oh, I thought we went to.
We had like the Aberoth office. Because you bought it from the guy in our camp.
How far is it from our house?
There-
A couple of days. It's right.
They're actually near where we are right now. It's in the same mountain range.
No, so you're
Is it
kind
not?
of like in the mountain range between. Well, basically here on the map.
Yeah.
The mines are in the Aberoth Alps, which is just there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Do we have a wait? We have rocks from there. We have Aberoth from the mines.
It's in Sirle. Not on the road to Sirle.
No, but we had some delivered to us. I've been casting experiments on some. I probably have a chunk of it used around, but it's being used up.
we didn't.
Or if not, I've got the thing that I made for Heros, which they haven't used yet. This shield thing.
And if not,
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be like I've got a description, but I've got an associated object. Oh no, associated object.
It's more after this wall though.
Yeah, good
Dunno.
luck. Good luck.
Okay, so do I have to roll for that?
Hey.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So I feel like I was cheeky there. I was just like, hang on.
So who's going with you?
I think I'm taking Motus.
Yeah.
Unless anyone else wants to come along. No. Okay.
So then we already, as Matt just grabbed.
You teleport yourselves to the Aberoth Alps. Your mine specifically. It's only a small one. You've got one of the big ones, but what's like a mid-sized one? Which is currently, steady progress. They kind of want you to do the show. You kind of show up your documents. They kind of value anything one within the mines. But a lot of it is still in its like unrefined form.
Oh. We can't use it until it's refined, can we? Is that... How do you do that? I can't remember. Did we have like a workshop that we were processing it on or something? So we should...
They were like refining it and then sending it to you.
Oh, so there might be some here.
So there could be some like stuff already kind of boxed up, but not really anything refined at the size you want it. Normally it's broken down smaller.
You could just go and just buy a big chunk of that broth.
Yeah,
That's already refined.
Do you need one chunk or could you have small chunks?
So, Sailban's thought says we're going to buy a bit to test on.
Yeah.
We're going to use a bit to test on, and then I want a massive chunk.
Small right. So the stuff that's being refined and moving out, that's small enough pieces for a test, right?
Oh yeah, easy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we can do a test on that stuff.
Yes. And then we can just in a nondescript location see what happens.
Yeah. I've only got... Hang on, did we teleport this today? Yeah. Okay, so I've only got one last charge and a home teleportation left.
Okay. I can fly us like a few hours away from civilization to
Yeah.
test it.
Okay.
So
So we can teleport back to the outside of the hidden sanctum, you fly
Yeah.
us away a bit.
I fly away so we're not near anyone
Well,
living.
Are you getting just a small piece?
Well,
We're
there's not
just testing it.
enough here for us to do the
So
things I want, right?
there's probably like a huge chunk mine, but that needs to be enchanted first. And they either do that in Arcanum or more commonly, they do it in the city, basically at the foot of the place. Yeah, Thanrock it's called. They've got a large city beneath the mines. They've lots of like enchanting push, and it takes a while to enchant a huge chunk.
So let's just fly there first, buy a big chunk, and if not, we've just got a spare big chunk of Aberoth.
I mean, we do need battery power.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go do that.
Let's go spend some frivolous money.
So how big a chunk do you want?
Okay, so I don't
Couple.
know our character much about Aberoth, but from just like chatting with Erwin, talking about like hypotheses and like that, like. So let me just get it right. The way that I'm thinking of is it like stores power. You can have like multiple things in there, or does it enhance it?
It mainly enhances things, but it can be kind of used to store magic as well.
And like what, the bigger it is, the larger it enhances.
The bigger, the more powerful it is. Yeah.
And it's quite expensive, even with the small size of
Yes.
it. I'm thinking a boulder.
Like a 10-foot cube's worth.
Something like that, yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Costs you about like 15,000 gold.
Done.
Should we go bigger? Just in case?
50k one.
Or get more than one.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that idea. Let's spend like 2 or 3.
What? No, because you've only got one cast to it, right?
I can do it every day.
Oh, and you're gonna. Yeah, but I'm thinking, hang on, so one sec. Is it the bigger the lump of Aberoth, the more enchanted the
The
magic
more
will be?
powerful it can be, make things.
Yeah, so we want one big thing rather than.
Yeah,
Like-
but my point is like, I don't know if this is like what he was getting at,
Okay.
but if we have multiple chunks of it, then we can use it in the future to power stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
That's where we're at. That when
Oh, so you want multiple, even larger chunks? Is what you're saying?
yes.
Yeah, sure.
There's also a chance that if all things go wrong and it goes boom, that we need another one to test on.
How
So-
spares.
How big size-wise do you want it to be?
Size of this table.
How big a table is?
This is about 8 foot long.
That's about, let's say 10 by 10.
About 6 foot
Nice
long.
round number.
It's about as long as you are.
Mine's 7.
But like,
Hey.
I'm talking about like
Huge.
huge.
Oh yeah, like how much are you willing to spend on each piece?
I've got the money. it's
Well, a
fine.
10 by 10 foot cube is worth
Yeah.
15,000.
I can do that.
Okay. And
But-
is that an exorbitant amount of Aberoth?
Yes, huge. It's a 10 foot cube.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Cool.
massive. But, re-teleport?
Oh yeah, we can't move it.
You can get smaller, but again, it's less powerful.
Hang on.
Are you talking about how we can teleport?
If you target an object, you must be able to fit inside teleport
Slide
cube.
it.
You won't fit a teleport hole.
Just slide it
It's
in.
too big for a teleport hole.
Is that my turn?
Oh, which a teleport hole.
It entirely fits in a portable hole. Just.
It's gonna be a bitch to get it out because I'm gonna have to put it on the ceiling and then drop it.
How many portable holes you got?
Let me fit it.
It's like 7 or 8.
Alright, let's get a couple then.
How many again?
Well, 4 of them are filled with stuff, so we can only get 3.
Okay, I think 3's good. One to use, one in case it blows up, and then one spare for future.
And then also
45,000.
a chunk, just like a handful chunk of it.
10 gold.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to test it to see if it will work.
I've done a bunch of tests on it, so I vaguely kind of know what I'm doing. So,
I'm channeling fucking Hellfire for
Yeah.
seeing that shit. It might make Silver 5 for all we know.
okay, so let's then teleport back to the Hidden Sanctum.
Yeah.
And then. Sorry, we're taking up a bit of time here.
That's
one sec. And teleport to the Hidden Sanctum, and then Motus flies us a couple of hours, a little bit away.
Yep.
Okay.
So, it takes them about an hour to get to and from the mine and get all the stuff.
I'll say if he's bought on seal, someone needs to catch it.
You get it out just.
So we're only doing the small piece at the moment.
Small, you got a small piece?
Yeah.
Most
Yeah. Do you want to test it in like the. What do you want to test it?
I'm gonna test it in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah,
You
we've
fly off.
kind of flown out into the
You can
mountains.
fly into like. Well, you can fly into like the wasteland of Renaissance. Basically the wild.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Renaissance.
perfect. That's perfect.
Um,
And then I'm going to, with the Aberoth in hand,
Yeah.
like, you know, when you normally use it to channel the spell,
I'll advise him how, like, what I've done with it.
and then I will just scorch the earth.
So you kind of like hold the Aberoth in your hand as you do it.
Yeah.
But as you kind of focus your hellfire, it kind of pushes through the Aberoth. And it does seem more powerful. It just kind of fades out once you kind of fizzle away. You probably, with that, would have done maybe like an extra bit of damage, up the DC by 1. Nothing of that size had that much of an effect, but it does definitely feel more powerful.
Okay, but was there like a flint of different colour in it?
Yep.
Did
Just-
it just bigger?
It was basically just more powerful now at the time.
The wand of Arcanum is charged by Aberoth.
Try that with you.
Oh, yes, but it uses Aberoth to
It's got Aberoth crystal on it.
Yeah. So, if there's anything that mortals can perhaps use to overcome the whims of the gods, it may be that big cube we have.
Yeah.
And, well, that's my idea anyway. If anyone else comes up with another idea, I'm perfectly happy to go with it.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of some kind of way to link it with rock, paper, scissors. We're trying to beat the wand, which is the stick, with a big piece of rock. Doesn't quite work, but it's something in my head.
Contract.
Paper.
Contract.
If anyone's going to beat it,
I have to type the episode. Rock, paper, scissors.
So, okay, fly back and report the findings to the groups. So, it didn't store your thing, did it? It just,
In the end,
Enhance
just
it.
enhanced it.
So you're basically casting through Aberoth, it will enhance it.
So if I just take a big fucking chunk,
if we take the 10 foot cube, plonk it out onto the ground in front of the tree, and you cast through it.
yeah.
That's Selvan's best idea.
That's all I got. I
The
got
wand, it can absorb.
Wait,
well,
didn't we
it
say
can
that
absorb
night-
cells, but I'm not sure it can. Would it
They
be
said
able to
that-
absorb your hellfire?
I'm fucking not.
The highest level magics could do it, right? Which is 9th level, and we do have Erwin with us. But we'd have to have him come along.
Yeah, but when was that written?
Which?
the idea of building Elder Tree can only be fucked up by high level magic because
Oh, that was
Yeah,
from
that was
the
from the
elf.
trick.
That was
We
from
do
the
have
tree
10th level
itself.
spell.
yeah,
We have
when 10th levels existed.
We have solar beam.
Oh, we do have solar beam.
How long will it take Leah to learn solar beam?
She can't learn it yet. I don't know those spells.
So we'd have to
Because she
use.
can cast it
She
though.
also can't. It would take her a very long time to add it to a spell book as well. Because it takes centuries to learn a 10th level spell.
So we'd have to cast it and then not
just consume the scroll.
not have it anymore because we could have added it.
You could have begun the process of adding a 10th level spell, which takes centuries to do because
Oh.
of how the weave works now.
I thought our option was for either we give it to our spellcasters and they get to use it, or we use it for ourselves.
No, it's something like they can have it, they can use it, they can cast it. It's on their wicked spell list,
Okay.
but you have to make a check of a 10th level spell to use it.
Oh, I see.
They'd have to make they would have to make a check, so they can just cast it. That's a good spell.
Might be a good use of solar beam. It's a good idea, Adam.
Mm.
So bring Leah with us then.
The only
Yeah.
thing is that, if I remember correctly, the wand absorbs magic, doesn't it? Or it can absorb magic.
It can, yeah.
How often?
Not like that.
It can do
It
that,
had
I think, a
absorbed
few times.
elements.
No, as in it
The-
can absorb
No
spells.
pulling up the wand. You don't have it anymore.
But we've
Not
used it
absorb elements.
before, and
Are you delisting it?
No, I'm just pulling myself up.
I didn't even know it was on there.
It's
I
got
just wanted to.
it's also got a dead magic field that it can
that's
create.
true. But if the dead magic field is put on the tree, who knows?
Is-
knows?
Regular
No,
tree
so-
sets on fire with mundane fire.
Does Motus cast a spell when he uses Hellfire?
No,
Not both.
it's an ability.
It's not magic,
There's solar.
It is magical, but
yeah.
not like a spell.
but it's not like not
Mm.
countable.
Do you
or
remember
nothing.
if the ones absorb magic thing only worked on spells, or did it work on?
It's mainly used when someone tried to hit. When probably it's used when someone tried to hit you as well.
It was in a small area.
In a small area.
Yeah, there's only like fucking 15 feet in front of you.
Hmm. And did it have a limit to how much it could absorb, or what?
I believe it did, didn't it? The wand absorbing, I don't know if that, I think that cost a charge, didn't it?
It cost a charge.
Make a Arcana check. I'm trying to recall. It's been a long time since you used it. I'm trying to, because it was never necessarily like
13.
13. You remember it was based off you. Like you could kind of like absorb magic throughout however much you could cast. You can't remember the exact details, but it was based off the wield and not the magic of the wand.
Yeah.
I will make a Arcana check for Harris
Mm-hmm.
because she had the one for a long time.
She did.
What's her Arcana bonus?
Quite big. I'm pretty sure.
And the Cali dice this one before.
Oh no, Harris has been taken over.
So
Oh.
16 plus
She's got a gigantic arcana.
big. That's a big exact number.
I think it's like 18.
18 or 17, something like that, because it's her intelligence, and that's been hard set, hasn't it?
Yeah, plus 7.
25, yeah.
Plus 17, 20.
33.
Harris will tell you what the one does.
yay!
She remembers. What are you asking for specifically?
The absorb magic feature, because
So-
my worry is that we do all this to try and burn the tree, and then someone uses that to stop us.
Spellfire is
If
the
your theory is correct.
raw magical energy of the weave, and it's very rare magical. It's a very rare magical power. While holding the wand, you can use a reaction to absorb any magic from a spell being cast within a 25-foot cone.
Spell.
Once you have absorbed the magic, you are able to use it in a myriad of ways, depending on the level of the spell. Upon absorbing the magic, you can use it to do one of the following: heal yourself, gain a number of hit points equal to 10 plus the spell level plus your spellcasting modifier. Burst of flame. A burst of flame is released from the arrow of crystal hitting a creature within a 25-foot cone. Creature hit by the beam takes force damage equal to 10 plus the spell level. You can do this number of times equal to your spellcasting modifier, and must expend 3 of the one's charges every time you use the spell.
Okay. So
So
it wouldn't work on your Hellfire thing,
That's well, fair enough.
but it
what have you got?
would potentially work on the solar beam.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could
if the wall's there, snap.
What does snapping the wand do?
Presumably a similar thing to snapping the staff.
Isn't like the wand protect itself or something?
Yes.
It splits into three and blocks off across the multiverse.
Oh yeah.
The issue is then it becomes a race of who gets the one first.
But that will distract them.
Yeah.
And in theory, all we need to do is have one shard of it to stop them having it.
Yeah.
5?
Oh,
5 shots.
Hand. Glove.
Oh, I could melt. I could destroy the wand.
Or the
No.
No, it doesn't have to be metal
Oh,
for that to work.
I could.
The one did made out. It's not completely made out.
Um,
There are metal parts.
Matt,
Yes.
what would the Spater's touch do against the tree?
Not when it's made of wood.
Okay, cool.
Jeez, I'm made of wood.
Spater's corroding touch.
And you do not have the other hand.
No.
It only works on metal.
Yeah.
No. No, I corrodes people.
Yeah.
I used it on Aston.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was thinking it can't
sorry,
be just
no.
metal.
You could try it.
The thing is, I don't want to burn. I don't want to destroy the tree. I want to burn it.
Yeah, because we want to take a cut.
Prophecy.
Yeah.
Fuck the wand.
Oh no, yeah, but I could melt.
You
The
imagine
wand?
it would probably have. It probably dissolve it. You don't know the exact effect it had on the magic will share, but it would probably destroy it.
What might happen if I did that to the wand?
I mean, you know the wand. From what you know, from what Harris has said,
Yeah.
your research, the wand itself can't be destroyed physically. You can't
Yeah.
snap it. It only separates when it is you use all the charges and the wheel manipulation, etc. Or the wielder dies and they don't stay connected. It separates. It can't be physically destroyed by normal means. The hand isn't a normal mean.
Oh dear.
Give me the hand melted a man. It might just completely destroy it.
Actually, hang on.
But the effect of that, no one knows.
Here's the thing.
Okay, thank you.
When Kelly had full godhood, he had an avatar, and that's who we saw the wand go to
Yeah.
when he got it. When his godhood was removed, that avatar went.
We presume.
That
That caused some fuckery for the wand.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it went to someone else.
So
it reset.
so
or
we
something.
don't actually know who has the wand,
It would be one of his most loyal minions, probably Jeremiah. I would
or
assume.
Cerseus, because she is.
She's lost it before.
and she
Or-
is something.
That'd be nice. It could be the Avatar. It's been several months since you took the shard.
What, he could have got
You
another
could
one.
find another shard.
He could-
No, if he found it on the shard, Death would have been re-empowered again, right?
Maybe. No.
Unless he's.
It might have been a
Obfuscating
specific
it.
combo that powered up death.
Ah, anyway, circles. So,
Are there too many unknowns for us? Are there too many unknowns that we could make known at this moment in time for us to proceed?
I'm not sure. What unknowns are you thinking?
Who has the wand? Does Lizzie? Well, maybe not.
Soban will say like the wand is a weapon. Anyone can turn up with a really big gun. It's just another big gun.
Would any of this affect Kara's vision?
In your vision, did you see like a large chunk of ammo?
The thing with the vision is, it was focused on the sword. So you saw the island, and it focused on the sky. You then probably would have seen light behind the lens of your vision when you saw the sword fall, and it followed the sword into the water. So it wouldn't have seen the island, what was going on there. It just saw people there, something's going on, something happened, but it's already focusing on the sky where it watches it fall to the water and shows you where the water is.
Silhouettes, nothing more.
So
I'll ask you actually, how many of Khaleesi's foes actually attacked you on the boat?
There was about 15 to 20 maybe?
if they've got 14 people, we should probably try and bring more. I don't know. So we considered bringing Leah. Someone mentioned,
Catherine's also for a scrap.
but this could be very deadly.
Says Catherine.
Yeah, it might be a big guns or a favour thing. This.
Dev's not brave enough to try and
All
get
I'm
Catherine.
all I'm gonna say is, I had like a tier list in my head of like people to go to.
Yeah.
Capital was to stop before I went to a god to deal with his ass.
Great. So if we
It was like
had-
Mephistopheles, Cathra.
Leah and
Like,
Cathra.
It just be like, it's like, Cathra, can you make him? He's gonna give you the best fight of your life. We're good for 20 years.
Anyone else you think we should bring along?
Click.
Quick.
Well, that was automatic then, 10.
Oh yeah.
So that's 12.
So Iggy, Selban, Caro, Motus, Erdan, Harris, Talon, Illustrator, She, Click.
Yeah. And then if we have Leah and Cathra.
Yep.
That is 12.
27, she's around.
I don't think she'd be much willing to go tackle something of this.
Talon?
Talon's already
Got
He's
Talon.
already on the list, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm just going through our mental tick 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 tick.
I don't know if you'd allow this, Matt, but I would ask my brothers based on what Carol has said about his vision. Do they think that we should try and even the numbers if they?
Illustrator is like, yo, bring more people, make it an even fight.
That's assuming that. Yeah. That's assuming that our interpretation of his
Do
vision
you
is
know a
right.
fire giant?
Oh, Prince
Hefborn.
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 How was he from the last fight he came along with?
He died.
Yeah. Is he tough enough?
I mean,
is he one of our higher ones? I'm not saying he's not, I just don't know as much as you folks.
The Aphrodites near their territory.
I don't
I
think they...
wouldn't ask them along, but let them know what's going on. I think that was mentioned before.
I-
I think that's
we
an
probably
important thing to
should
do.
let them know
Yeah.
that something is going to go down in the Zakiman Isles.
Actually, Selban's gonna maybe recommend against that, or suggest recommending against that, because there are some Aphrodites which
Yeah,
are
that's true.
following or not aligned to our cause.
Yes, but they're not necessarily aligned with Calisius' cause either.
So just dubious. It makes sense to do that, but concern.
Yeah.
So strong allies. We Hefborn. It's potential. Who else is on most of the tier list of strong people?
Himself, normally.
Oh,
Mephistopheles.
That we could ask to come along.
We can ask along.
Yeah.
Gaps.
Are you willing to sign a
It
contract?
gets us as busy at the minute.
I mean, the only thing I could really...
Heroin? I mean, he's a wizard, so he's a bit squishy, but
I mean,
he's an
technically,
incredibly
I could
powerful
bring,
wizard.
I can bring part of the Black Legion, technically. That's about it. But like most of the people that Motus could pull on the group already know.
Yeah.
There is the air elementals, but that's more of an army thing, and we've only got one use of them.
How many uses do you have of your?
I've got. I thought I had two, but I've got three, haven't I?
It might be worth for the one of these.
That was going to be. Everything's going a bit to shit. Coming out.
Okay.
Keep that as like a surprise of. Oh, fuck you, we have someone else.
Would this be a situation we can bring someone into retroactively?
We'll call him to the fight. I had the option of calling him to the war.
Okay. What was her name?
Ray.
Ray.
Thank you.
She's next.
Actually, we could bring her along.
Yeah. I just ask him. Drag it into room. Know anything about this island and this vision?
Unfortunately, I do not know anything about this. It is nothing that I have been involved with.
Is Erwin's not much of a fighter, is he?
Not really, no.
No, he's.
He's a scholar.
No
Yeah.
combat or anything.
I've always wondered, why isn't everyone just like cloning himself and being young again? Why does he like being another people?
Maybe he does. Maybe he's just got me
So he's
downstairs.
47 for heroin.
Probably is, but still.
Agent.
Like I feel like if you have access to that power in new age, once you get to a point where you think to yourself, actually, I looked better 10 years ago. I feel like you would get that kind of ego to do it.
I think there'd be a point though where you go, you know what? I've done this 7 times in the last 5 years. I should probably just get over myself.
Maybe.
If we take Leah, Cathra, Agent 27, and Lady Marie, that's 14 people. In addition
I'm
to
thinking about it like that. I'm thinking about like when you start like hitting 50 or 60. I just feel like why would you not try to revert to your like 20-year-old body?
You have to know the spell wave on you, right?
No. You can choose when you make the clone spell. You can choose it to have at any point in your time in your life. You could technically come back as a child if you really fucking wanted to.
It just freak people out. The son is a kid. Little kid in all at once, he's got a damn meters for.
You could do that.
Before we go, I can do some divination magic to try and get us some more information about what we might face.
Okay.
So we should go ask questions into King as well, just try and get anything on that island, like local knowledge, any legends about it.
Can anyone else teleport? If you want to try and do that today while Motus and I were
Paris
on.
can.
You could do that today whilst
I
we're
don't think
doing
I don't think Harris has teleportation. This spell.
Circle.
Yeah, she only has teleportation circle.
Oh, we don't have a circle here yet, do we?
No,
Working on it.
I've got. Because I can prepare the spell divination, which can tell us about an event that will take place over within the next 7 days.
Okay.
Though it can be cryptic.
Have you got that in your book?
Also, yeah.
Okay.
I've also got.
I'm just saying, I'm ready to punch this ticket.
Yeah.
I would say I am 80% of the way ready.
I think Selban's
What's the 20% you're not ready on?
wanting to go tomorrow.
I would like some clue as to whether your theory is right or not.
I'm not gonna know until we get there.
So I have a suggestion to the 10 people that we had.
Unless you want me to burn the elder tree in the sanctuary.
Is if we ask.
I mean, is it Callisti's forces are there to stop us?
I mean,
If we also ask Leah, Cathra, Agent 27, and Lady Marie, that makes 14.
yeah, we can do that. I don't mind. I just want to burn this tree, yo.
Yeah.
So do I.
I've been wanting to do
Is
it
Agent
for
27
years.
available? Is she
Yeah,
here?
she's around.
Yeah. Would we have to? Would this be a favour from Lady Marie or not? One of the
No, she can
things.
come with you. She's here.
All right. Okay.
So you don't have to summon her to you. At any point in the wedding, you just have to summon her straight to
Yeah.
she teleport her.
So
If you can pick her up, you can.
since they're your NPC, you cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Your NPC, not like as a thing, but just like yeah.
I'll talk to Granny, yeah.
14 versus 14.
And save down the spell slot, I'll use divination from the book to ask the question.
So the spell.
Right. I guess.
Let's do donation first and then go to that.
Sorry, what did you say?
What's the question?
The spell, you ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. GM offers a truthful reply. The reply may be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. Doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells with water. Okay,
Are you thinking like, will we burn the tree?
I would ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity. I think it doesn't say it has to be a yes/no question. So let's use it wisely in that effect.
I think. You want to say something?
Yeah, the only thing that I could really do is go and speak to my waifu and see if she knows anything about making Hellfire stronger, or if she might know about fucking Elder Tree, she might not give a shit, but she might know something. I can go and do that.
Yeah, I mean, Selban says, I presume that she's where you got your power from, yes?
How the fuck do I answer this?
I sent telepathic bond, by the way, and I saw you get the ring.
Just got the truthfully. We don't lie to your allies.
Yeah,
They're probably not an ally.
temporarily disown Selva.
I mean, you asked me a difficult question.
He doesn't realise. I apologise. Oh, so he doesn't even know, so he doesn't apologise.
It's from the Hurls.
Oh yes, so it seems like a good place to go and research, yes.
Yes.
Selvan had no idea that you were having a dilemma just then.
I have a question for divination. What will Callissius... is that a good question?
So question is it? Yes. I'll say more along the lines of something along the lines of, are we meant to burn the tree, or is it meant to be Callissius burning the tree? Or is it meant to burn at all?
So, honestly, we don't know, and we're not going to know until we attempt it. And I think it's a good thing, personally, because when, like, wildfire druids are literally about, like, you burn a tree, you get a new forest. And she is the god of renewal.
Yeah.
So, burning her tree that's defending something is probably, like,
It's a tree ashes.
that's my theory.
Yeah, though that can be also asked with a commune spell, and divination doesn't necessarily have to be yes or no, which is why.
My suggestion for that is, would Modus's Hellfire burn through that key of Aberoth be enough to set the tree on fire? Because that's what we're trying to do.
Could I start through divination? If we were to use...
We don't know if we're meant to burn the tree or not.
Yeah, but we're trying to.
What is your opinion then? What do you think?
I think we need more information. We need to know who the tree's connected to. Because it could be Vasha, it could be Kali, it could be Asmodeus, for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
Go up there and have a chat to it. Because they tend to say which ones they are.
But
Oh, no, actually, he couldn't, could he?
no, it won't talk to them.
Yeah.
They might, if it's Vasha, they might talk to you because you got the
Yeah?
stuff.
They might talk to me. I don't have the staff anymore, so everyone's working.
That's assuming you get the opportunity to.
Yeah. We need to find out more about this island, I think.
How about asking
Which we need
through
to
divination?
Yeah, okay.
Twin bear?
How about asking through divination?
Tuesday.
What will happen when we step foot on that island?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And we are planning on going. Ooh. You can answer with like a poem, but yeah, good luck making a poem on the fly now.
I'd have just pulled up a Shakespearean poem and just read that. It kind of fits.
See,
Is that too general a
it's
question?
very general. I
Right.
mean, the answer's going to be, you've asked the question, so the answer would be, because it doesn't take into account any events that might take place, so when you step on the island,
Or any possible circumstances that might change the outcome.
yeah, so when you step on the island, very, very vague. I don't want to be like, you're on the island by the tree. It's too vague. But it doesn't take into account anything else that might happen.
You could say we get attacked if something like that happens, or we come into conflict when we step on the island. If we were to stand on the island.
I will say,
Sorry.
it will, because from the book you're doing this,
Yes.
it will skip a few pages and start drawing an image, and the image you see will be the party and those allies standing in front of the tree, but you watch out off the branches, you see like lines drawn to the skies, and like a radiant power around it.
Just read about some sort of symbology to radiant power.
Just like almost like a light behind it. But that is like the tree will light up. That's me.
Sounds good. I don't know.
I can always do it again tomorrow. That's a different question.
When the party does chaos.
Yeah.
That's Adam's face.
Yeah.
So, the plan is head to Zakima tomorrow, do some research, and then head to the island and hope and pray. Any suggestions?
For
I don't know, just that summary.
Make sure that we heroes feast.
Yeah.
yeah.
So here is
yeah,
tomorrow.
we specifically got scrolls for that as well.
Anything in hell about?
You bounce to hell. We keep it short. Yes, I mean, hellfire is powerful. I don't know how powerful yours is, and if it's capable of doing such a thing.
I'm trying to bend an elderly tree.
Yes, I don't want to say that you're not very powerful, but the power required to do such a thing, from what I know, is great. Greater than, I believe, what you currently possess.
Oh, in terms of hellfire, yeah. Is there anything I could borrow?
What's that I have?
I need to learn how to talk.
Got an idea?
No, I just thought of something very
Hold on,
silly.
I'll check something.
If Calisius is obsessed with this prophecy and making sure that it's fulfilled correctly, and knows that we have to be there in the prophecy, that we are prophesied to be there, maybe he's waiting till we get there before he does anything, because he's like, no, it must fit the prophecy.
The prophecy just says the tree bands.
Yeah, it does. I'm thinking more of Carrot's vision, which I presume other people may have potential to see.
I feel like, considering that he might not know Kara's prophecy, that it's
Yeah.
like I feel like if he could do it, he would have done it.
Yeah.
That is.
Like even with the wand, he hasn't set it on fire.
That is a bit of a hang up for Erdan. Well, it's not that, like, Erdan agrees that the prophecy, that we have to progress the prophecy. I mean, we know that if we want to get Karo's sword. He agrees that this is basically inevitable to happen.
Yeah.
But
So
why Kali hasn't just forced the issue is sort of like,
odd.
it's odd, and it's making Erdan uneasy because
I blew up the moon, and that was one part of his plan. Like, let's just kickstart it. At the end of the day,
I mean, I've got 3 commuting questions that Erdan's going to ask in
Go on.
the next morning.
I don't know. Anything? You said hang on a minute.
Oh, sorry, let me look at this. Resume. Do you rest for the evening then? Take a rest.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't done much today though. Oh. So that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. 7 just like being productive.
Take long rests. D100 for me. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, we need to give these guys rest.
Can we pray to Muhammad and sort of connect with the Shari? Because the Shari actually answers questions when I ask. That's it. Just ask both and try to answer. Is there? I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase it. Is there any sort of like planetary alignment, any significant dates coming up that you'd need to do a certain thing to make stuff happen? Like if bending the tree on like September 27th unlocks the gates of hell type thing.
You get no response. There's not really anything within their expertise. Not without using a spell to commute directly to them. No thought that's my move.
Sorry.
The date's Joe's birthday.
I guess I I guess I will go and see Big M, see how I need to do.
Big boy. Yeah, I mean, you ask him the same question. Your power is not of that level just yet, but with the Zabaroth crystal, perhaps. I do not know. The trees of the gods are not really my expertise. From what I know, they require significant magic or power to burn.
You're a small man when it comes to the arcane. Is the Aberoth crystal enough?
It could be. I don't know how much power it requires you to use as well. You may need to put more than you think into the effect.
Thinks about it. Alright, just gonna be like a fucking Kamehameha across the
Matt, would it be possible for multiple people to cast through the Aberoth thing at the same time? Sunbeam. Not Sunbeam,
Sunbeam.
So, yeah, you could cast a Sunbeam through it.
I think that would
At the
cause
same time.
a star to appear in the sky.
That Sunbeam does radiant damage, not fire damage.
I'll cast a Firebolt through it.
That's what does it.
I could
Just
cast
a
a
single
fireball.
fireball.
Yeah,
I just-
more powerful than Hellfire.
Just trying to add things to it.
Does he have access to our rock?
He has a bit of it himself.
Cynical Pearson.
I feel like I should test it. But I've got a spare 2 tests.
Yeah, but you can only do it once a day.
Yeah.
You need to use it.
Not all of my Hellfire.
Okay, that's true.
Do you have more you can use?
Or is it essentially a pool of dice that you...
No, they're like abilities.
Ah.
If I'm I'm happy to use another one of those for testing.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick probably a place in hell that's, can withstand fucking Hellfire properly and not
Anywhere in. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna test it. I wanna see what happens. I don't see why I wouldn't. And if I die and come back here anyway.
I think to Motus, like, the cost is almost immaterial, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for the material.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm gonna test it. There's a smack on Matt's face.
You want to double check what ability you're using on it?
Right. Would it be a big ass rock? Is it like, does it have to be pushed through it, or can I have my hand on it and channel
Oh,
it?
you have your hand on it.
I'm gonna do the Hellfire ring.
Yeah, but we're right down Hellfire.
Yeah. I'm gonna see what it does.
How much magic do you want to pour into this thing?
When you say that,
You can put spell slots, spells, sort of like any ability into it.
question.
The more you put in, the higher the DC it comes to control it.
Okay.
And if you fail, you may like exert that power permanently. It may have an effect on you. It may be fine, either way. The more you put in,
What save is it?
if you have either. I'll bet my card.
I didn't hand them out because I didn't think we were doing anything today. And I didn't want to hand them out and then collect them back in. But I'd have done the usual 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
He wouldn't come to help.
I wouldn't come to hell.
So,
No.
you're not handing them out.
In the morning?
You didn't say hand them out in the morning.
Yeah. I will.
Also, would they recharge? Yeah.
We've slept since then.
You didn't get long rest though.
But they've recharged at dawn.
Or they're all at dawn. Or some on long rest. I'll double check. I might be wrong. It's been a while for me.
You've given up on all things.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. I have to go check it
Yeah.
out.
I'm guessing
Super engaged.
Mephistopheles will tell me that's probably the case of all of
Yeah,
them.
he will explain like the more you put in, the higher the chance of.
Okay.
I mean, I can help you pass the check on the other end. I'm good at doing that.
Are you in hell?
No, on the next day.
Okay. If that's the case, then I probably wouldn't, because I know the others can boost people.
But you could just try using the big one here, just to see how big it makes it without putting
A lot.
loads into it. It might be enough. Because Mephistopheles seems to know how much it might take.
Okay.
Nice friend to have. Friend.
I will put a 30 third level slot behind it, and then I'll do it.
So you place your hand on it, hold your other hand out, begin channeling the magic through yourself. You focus the power of the other, and you feel as you're kind of holding it, there's this connection. Make me a charisma save first to see how well you can connect this huge chunk of ever.
Okay, so we're learning.
21.
So you press against it, and you just feel like you can control it enough to channel this massive amount of ammo through the spell. You add that third level spell as you release the effect, and there's this devastating rain of flame that kind of coats the area, almost melting some of the snow here in a flare of hell. That kind of just takes a while to reform and kind of come back. It has a huge area. It's definitely to make a con save for me.
20.
Just enough.
I rolled a 4.
So you pull off and you feel like, you kind of take a minute to breathe. You just feel like you have that power left in you, but it did take a lot of energy, and that crystal goes grey.
Moses smiles.
A third level slot. It was a 20 DC.
Oh, this is something for the future. Before going back, I'm gonna text you something.
Yes.
So,
What?
is that
What am
like
I not
a
doing?
bigger level of destruction than Moses would have seen before?
Yes.
Okay. So, probably enough? Maybe? Huh?
He wants more now.
He wants more.
Just for clarity, Matt,
Yes.
well, I am casting community and I start next week, but I'm probably making next week, so can we cover that tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Holds power.
make this like that the next day dawn. We'll say this is the start of the next day. I can imagine you'll probably rest after doing that. Yeah, so we'll say this is the start of the new day. Roll your things.
Yeah.
You know how long you have minus 1.
Before,
35, so I do get to rest. So that's
Oh my god, though. You have to do that every day. Someone's having a very bad
oh
day.
my god, what was that? 3 1s?
That's 2 1s and a
Oh.
7. Someone is having a very bad day tomorrow.
1 1. Do
Calisius tries to grab some shots.
you want to pass out some d10s now?
Yeah.
Who's getting?
So -2 to everything still though, which is a bit annoying.
You under the community.
My 3 questions are going to be, are we the ones to burn the tree?
Let me read the spell community.
I might be trying to
Question.
Is it yes or no
I might be
question?
trying to grab a shot.
Could Carol, the previous day, could Carol demonstrate that on Iggy to drop the minus?
Yeah, 'cause it's been 3 days. I
When
just not
I
rested women.
when I do go back to the group, I will basically let Alba know that I've used part of it and I tested it in hell because
Yeah.
and then I will give you the memory
I
of it.
don't think Greater Res would change it.
No, Great Restoration wouldn't change it. It has to be by long
It's
rest.
rests.
Yeah, I believe if they do resurrection, it can be like you get
It's
rid
a-
of the
it's-
you get rid of the minus.
Or we cast them, commune.
Commune.
Yeah.
So,
First
Ben
one?
here next week.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's here next
Should
week.
be.
So,
First question.
are we the ones who are to burn the tree?
Are we the ones to ban the tree? You can. Oh, it did say it's only yes or no answers.
It can be
It can be unclear.
Unclear.
It would be an unclear. It would be.
in case of one word answer could be misleading or contrary to the deity's interest, the GM may offer a short phrase in its answer instead.
The answer you would get back would be
I can give you everything I have.
the forces on the island are to ban the tree.
Forces on the island, so that's unclear.
What was your answer, sorry?
So the forces on the island are to burn the tree, that's an unclear answer, which means it could be
Either
could
side.
be either side. That in itself is an answer, and that in itself it does provide some clarity actually.
If why the tree needs to burn.
We think.
But one way for us.
Do you want me to connect?
My next question would be, would we be opposed if we were to try to burn the tree?
Don't maybe. Be honest.
Oh.
Good question.
Maybe opposed. There would be resistance.
There
Whoa.
would be resistance.
Doesn't say who the
Doesn't
resistance
say
is
who it's
coming
from.
Oh, so the tree, it might
So
be.
so it might be there's some sort of magical ward or something.
Yeah.
My final question is: do Calisius and his forces want the prophecy to progress now? Oh no, that's a bad question.
You've asked the question.
Yeah, no, I realised it's.
The answer would be.
It might be better than you think, actually.
I actually think it's an alright question. You could have, like, maybe thrown a bit more of direct language, but apart from that, I think it's good.
The Dark Moon wants the prophecy to progress, but is holding out for a magical power.
Is the wand recharged?
We don't know.
No, by that logic, the wand isn't recharged.
So he was gonna use the fire from the wand to do it.
No, that's
that's
different. That's a
everyday.
different thing.
Oh.
What we're talking about is the one's ability to manipulate the weed.
Guys,
That's what we
Yeah.
Here's a good question. Has he ever had 3 shards on the wand?
Yeah.
So he could have done it then. But what
No.
magic-
Wait.
When he first got the wand.
When he first
yeah.
got the wand.
Yeah.
Oh, but
I'm
hang on.
not saying
Oh,
that.
but hang on. We deliberately used the charge of the wand,
We did.
I've never had.
and then what tricked
He
it?
hasn't.
He's never had. I'll say
He's
now.
never.
From what you know,
He's never had 3 shards.
he's not had full charge and a fully charged one.
That's what he's waiting for.
A fully charged
And
wand.
I'm not getting that.
No.
There's things you can do in this situation. I'm not going to say it.
So I mean, I will share what answers I've got.
What is it?
I think he's waiting to have 3 shards and the use of the wand, because then he's prepared. If we go now and do it before the wand recharges, he is.
When does the one recharge? Is it today?
We don't
Do you
know.
not
No, we have
We
no
don't have a
clue.
clue.
But
Does, I mean, do you have abilities to ask that question? If we do, we'll ask it now.
Commune?
I got communion
You
as well.
want to commune the book?
Because we might need to go right today.
We might need to go today.
It might be tomorrow that it
How
recharges.
long until the book recharges?
But the wand
The wand.
It's not there. Let me do some maths.
of Arcanum.
Yeah.
If he got 3 shards,
No.
Not that we know of.
We don't know at this
he
moment.
could have gotten.
We're
on
assuming either way that if Selvan's theory is correct, he will get at least a third shard.
What time of day would you say you're doing this?
This would be.
Is it
Well,
the-
Erdan was asking doing the commune in the morning.
Or what time do you
Yeah.
mean?
This would be morning.
First thing,
Pick
like
an hour.
6
First
a.m.
light.
Pick an hour.
First
First light? Or midday?
6 a.m.
Oh.
6 a.m.?
That's when Selvan gets up.
Yeah.
That's when Kara gets up like dead early.
Carries up like half 4.
Oh my god, it's hours. I'm so glad I thought of that.
The book flicks. It draws 1, 3, 7 hours, 59 minutes.
137
Essentially,
5 days.
it will recharge at midnight on the 13th of early light. That is a star's day.
And
The
he.
following day is the 14th of early light. It is moon's day.
That's what that comes waiting for.
Oh.
We gotta go
And
now.
that is where we're going.
I got 2 questions.
See next week. We're actually not now. I'll do on that. Fuck.
Who does the tree belong to?
That's an interesting question.
Because I've just thought of some kind of.
I will be generous. The trees belong to no one.
Okay.
No, the trees belong to no one is what I'm going to say.
Which god is connected to that tree? So I think I have a theory. What's the other right?
It might be 2 gods.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's Fesha and Carries.
No living deity
Oh.
influences this tree.
No living data.
No, 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 no
Specific.
living deity.
That
Cassius
is
is
where
not a
we
deity.
will wrap
Yeah,
up
yeah.
Yeah.
for today. Thank you very much for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we will see you next time when we sit down rolling.